Son of a bitch!
We're live now!
Happy holidays.
Hello and welcome to tonight's episode of Heresy and Damnation, Choir of the Void. Don't talk over me. I'm your host and Game Master Azuloth. Introduce our players in just a moment, but first some announcements about this game and our schedule. Every other Wednesday you can find us playing Lost in Theros here on this channel. Lost in Theros 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons game with a general runtime of 2 hours. Next Lost in Theros game is the 8th. Every other Sunday, that means today, and 2 weeks from now, you can find us playing Heresy and Damnation. Heresy and Damnation is a 1st edition Dark Heresy game with a general runtime of 4 hours. Next Dark Heresy game is the 12th of December. With that in mind, we have another game coming up on the schedule this week. On Tuesday, the 30th of November, we have Darthak Rising. Darthak Rising is a 3-part game. Part 1 airs Tuesday at 7:30 p.m. U.S. East. Yep. And all my
don't be stupid.
Don't be shitty while I'm trying to do this, okay? Alright. In all my games that I run, I roll the dice behind the screen just like at home. You'll hear them hitting the felt. And then I'll just say what happens. That's pretty much how it's going to go. If you want to squawk about rules, you can get out. That's about it. I encourage the chat to chat, but I generally try not to acknowledge it during the stream because I've got stuff to do, like narrate and facilitate the game and all that business. Usually I do shoutouts at the front of the next stream. We do have a shoutout to make. Lady Matilda, thank you for following us 5 days ago. I'm super happy to see you.
Hi, Matilda.
Hi, Matilda. All
I
right.
loved your movie.
Alright, let's go through introductions. Starting at the top of the list there, Beetlejuice.
Hi, I'm Tal, playing Beetlejuice. I also play Bartrand on the Theros game, and happily gonna be part of the new game on the 30th?
Yeah, the 30th.
Mm-hmm. I am getting myself ready to the House of Nightmares we're about to unfold. Excited. Yay. I wish my arbitrator was here.
I wish my stuffed animal was here.
Okay, next up is Gabriel Lee.
Hi, I'm Lee. I'm playing Gabriel. I'm an adept who will absolutely in no way, shape, or form be within the haunted house during this session.
Bet.
Okay. Next up we have Raid Shadow Legends ad.
Oh man, I wanted to read an ad, but I don't have the script up. Hi, I'm Raid Shadow Legends ad. I play Maria in this game, and I'm also playing in the other games coming up. And I'm also Jellybean in Theros, which means I'm the main character.
You're in a lot of my games.
I'm like herpes. I'm everywhere, and everybody just kind of tolerates it.
This is going to get real confusing when you do get the Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship.
I believe that if you actually make an ad and they don't like that we're making it, you can be sued for defamation.
Probably. Yeah, so don't do that to me, Thibaut. Tom, you're up.
Hi, I'm Tom. I play Barrick in the Dark Heresy sessions, and I play Illis in the Lost in Theros.
These are all true statements.
I hope so.
One is the brother who lies, the other one only tells the truth. Which one is the more unlikable?
We do have one more player, but I'm not sure if Livsy's going to make it today, so he's just going to be in survival mode, aka crying in the corner.
Remember, being your pants is a free action.
Yeah, crying is a free action. Also, our overlay for Who's Talking isn't working. For whatever reason.
Yes!
It just isn't working, so I've spent the last 5 minutes trying to get it to work, and I'm just going to say fuck it. We're moving on. So without further ado, here we go. We're going to get spooky. Spoiler alert. Things got spooky last session, and they're about to get spooky again.
Oh shit, are we about to go into Spirit Halloween store?
Mm-hmm. That's where you're going, Spirit Halloween store. You keep chatterboxing.
Tell those fucking cholos to cut it out.
No!
Oh boy. Boy howdy. Okay, so last we left off, there was this mansion.
I don't like it already.
What did you mention?
So,
Hey, look, there's me.
yeah, there's you right there. There's the detective. And then we have a smattering of NPCs around. Lord Adonis Castor, Sir Echabias Crane, Lady Elias Castor, and the butler Matthias.
Sorry.
So as you're tittering in the corner, unsure of what's going on here, as you all have been more or less sequestered in this space by some kind of force or entity or unexplainable circumstance. Maria.
That's my name.
That's your name.
Not weird out.
As you're sitting on that opulent and comfortable sofa, you feel a sensation.
Oh, that I don't like already. What do I feel?
It feels like something wet and slimy moving up your ankle and then up the back of your leg
It's the snail.
and then up the back of your thigh
Uh,
all the way up. It makes a slight right turn and then up some more to your back. And then
I'm
up
gonna,
your spine all the way to your neck. Curling around to the right side of your head. And then
so
you...
the moment I feel it,
Go ahead.
I'm gonna try to just casually, nonchalantly grab at it.
Okay.
Try to figure out what it is.
Go ahead and give me a agility test.
Oh shit! I played the hentai version of this game.
You spooked it.
Would dodge perhaps be better?
No.
Shit. No.
I didn't call for you to dodge.
You know what? We're gonna roll with it. We're gonna see what it is first.
Okay. And you don't... When you get your hand to one of the spots where you feel the sensation, it doesn't feel wet or anything at all. You don't feel like you feel anything there at all. But then it gets up to your ear, and you hear... disgusting. Your last.
I'm gonna, at that point when I hear it say that, I'm going to I'm going to look around the room and see if anyone that I readily see has said it.
Okay, make a fear test at the same time.
Fuck. Fear test. That's willpower, correct?
Yep.
Oh, shit. Emperor, I really need you with a dose of obscure.
Okay, you hold it together. Make a perception test. You're looking to see if anyone around you said that.
Heightened senses sight.
Yeah, or hearing. No, Deladu, you can't have my dice. You can smell them, though.
So...
Bless them. Yes, bless my dice.
Please don't, Della.
No, no.
That's not good. You know what? I'm going to very nonchalantly, still look around, and I obviously can't tell who said it, and I'm going to, like, loud enough for everybody to hear, but, like, quiet enough that there may be doubts as to whether I said what I actually said.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, the barely audible kind of, I'm gonna be like, I am not disgusting. I've only had to spend the past 3 days in prison because of her. And I'm gonna, like, glare over at Brutilla a little bit, and then, like, look over at Lady Caster.
Okay.
Like, you know, it's really kind of Lady Caster's fault.
Mm. Okay. It doesn't seem to you immediately, based on your perception roll, whether or not anyone heard you or anything. They seem to kind of generally be paying attention to each other right now, and you're kind of just not being
At
looked.
the kids' table.
Yeah, you're kind of not being looked after at the moment. Brutilla's finishing pouring a cup of recaf and is kind of stepping back to stand next to the Vox stand at this moment.
I see. I guess. Well, I'm gonna, like, just casually sit there and just, like, I have the Citizen Special.
Yep.
With me, so I'm just gonna, like, casually keep my hand on it while just, like, you know, trying to follow the conversation.
They seem to be just discussing the timetable of what has happened here. For these folks, it only seems like a few days to maybe a week or so have passed, but time is real weird in here. They can't seem to nail down how long they've been stuck in the house, despite Brutilla's attempts at gauging a response or trying to get them to specify. It always comes back to, well, the clocks don't seem to work properly. Whenever we try to, you know, get a good count going, unless we're doing it out loud, 1 second at a time, we somehow get messed up, and time seems to get lost in here.
How often has everybody slept? I'll kind of, like, interject that while they're trying to, like, figure out the flow of time.
Well, the Lady Elias caster says, I don't sleep much anyway, so it hasn't really changed anything for me. Ecobias over there has gone to bed a couple of times, but, you know, who knows? Adonis says, yes, we've retired to the guest room upstairs a couple of times. It hasn't been... Again, though, sometimes it feels like the exhaustion of being up for several days sort of creeps up on you. So... And there's also the fact that going to sleep seems to make things worse. Worse. The dreams that come aren't pleasant for any of us, but do have to sleep, or you'll start to lose it.
What kind of dreams?
Make a persuasion roll.
This is a formal setting with people of higher
Yes.
status?
Yes, obviously. There are two lords in here.
I mean, I wouldn't call them necessarily higher status, but you know.
They 100% are. Don't be that guy.
You definitely mean a charm, correct?
Oh no, you're trying to persuade them.
Persuasion isn't a skill.
It should be. Hold on.
Is it?
Hold on.
You don't get access to it as a party face?
I guess a charm test.
I thought charm was the equivalent for this one.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Sorry. My bad.
Fine. I'll let it slide this time.
You're not the boss of me.
I am re-rolling that. I am your supervisor.
No, you're not. Get out of here. Okay.
3.3 says I convinced you otherwise.
Lord Caster says, well, you'll find out eventually if we don't get out of here, but... They are full of terrible images. People...
You'll have to be a little bit more specific.
I was getting there. There's a pause for dramatic effect, you cur. And also a pause because I'm trying to find the words.
I'll hold my hands up like if you say so.
He sits there and he thinks for a moment. It's like... One of the more telling ones was trying to stride through a river of like black leeches, about as long as... And he kind of makes a gesture. It's about 1 meter. And they were just covered in barbs, purple barbs. It was terrible, disgusting.
At the
And
description of leeches, Maria's gonna like try to hold the contents of her stomach a little bit. She's like, okay. Leeches. Got it. If everyone is going to discuss the timeline, perhaps you wouldn't mind if I have a look around then?
at your own risk.
I'm gonna like look at Detective Brutella like...
She shrugs. I don't know. Just be careful.
Do you mind if I get that one instead of this then? And I'm gonna like hold up the Citizen Special and, you know, like gesture towards her gun.
She's, this is my personal firearm. No!
I'll like walk by her and mutter just a little something about like, you take mine.
She says, you're not doing any favors by being a problem.
That's what she used to call me. And I will make my way out into the hallway.
Okay.
Look. There's Colonel Sanders' dog.
Liberty and Chevalier are at attention, more or less, sitting in their spots.
Okay. I'm going to... So I already know that this room here is supposed to be something of like a drawing room, correct?
You were in the drawing room. This was the drawing room.
Okay, this is supposed to be... I've been
This-
in whatever room this is.
This is supposed to be a dining room.
Okay. Did you have to say it like that?
I mean,
I'm going to carefully open the door and peek inside?
okay. It looks like a dining room.
I also didn't like the way that was worded. Fair enough. I'm going to open that door.
Okay, hold on. As you open the door to the kitchen, the door that you had just walked through shuts very swiftly.
I'm leaving the door to the kitchen open. Like, I'm not closing it unless it auto closes.
Yeah, it doesn't close.
Okay. So I'm going to like try and open the door behind me.
You don't seem to be able to get a hold of the knob.
So I can't even... Well, shit. I'm gonna pull up my phone.
Okay.
and try to call Brutilla.
Okay. You can't seem to get a signal out. She's in the same building as you.
Bitch. Alright. Route to the kitchen.
Okay. Kitchen with prep tables, a stove, range, and oven over off to the left there. There's walk-in storage, walk-in refrigerator, and a walk-in freezer. Let me go ahead and give you lines for those. Should be able to see those.
I see the stove, range, and oven. I see the prep tables. Assume that door through the top is the. This is some. Is there any kind of snacks? Rich people have Oreos. Like to try.
Okay.
We even search.
Sorry. The walk-in refrigerator is what you're standing in front of.
I would.
You keep cutting in and out, Tippo.
Is this any better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. Well, here's my search for any kind of like food.
Snacks around the kitchen? Just lying around the kitchen?
Yeah,
Sure.
just snacks. Yeah. Search.
You know, there's a lot of equipment in here, but there seems to be no food immediately available.
You know what? I blame it on fucking demons.
And Brutilla, obviously. You're blaming everything on her today.
I'm not gonna blame this on Brutilla. I'm gonna blame it on Lady Allays. You know, she looked just a little.
Too comfortable?
Her clothing seemed a little tighter than normal, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay.
I'm going to look through this door here.
You open it?
Pistol at the ready the whole time. By the way,
Okay.
I'm like Scooby-Dooing it with a pistol in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
Boy.
Okay, you go ahead and open.
Meanwhile, Maria's heartbeat is probably going at like 1,000,000 miles a minute.
Oh, do you want that? I can put that up.
No, we're good. I don't want to actually cause myself to have a coronary because I get fucking stressed.
Too late.
All right. Oh, son of a bitch. It's even titled Creepy Heartbeat. What the fuck?
So as you step through the threshold, the door shuts behind you. You do notice, however, that there's someone in the space with you.
I am pointing my gun at them immediately, like leveling it with their head, and I am just looking, like I'm scanning them from head to toe.
So as you have walked through the kitchen door into the servants' quarters area, Josephine, the cook, appears next to you as if she had also walked through the door, and as you point your gun at her, she says, "Oh, gracious me," and she drops her tray, and it clatters to the floor.
So she looks like a servant?
Yeah.
I'm gonna... Where are you? Or, well, rather, where did you come from?
The kitchen! She starts putting the things that dropped back onto the platter.
I walked in from the kitchen.
You weren't in the kitchen.
I most definitely...
I didn't
rummage around and pick anything up. Damn it.
I didn't see you in there.
I was just in there searching for food. There wasn't anything. Lots of utensils and nothing. Not even, like, whatever. Maria's going to try to open the kitchen door. She's not leaving her pistol from the servant, but she's going to try to open the door.
Okay, you open the door. The kitchen.
she's going to, like, look at the servant. The tray has shattered onto the ground.
No, it had fallen onto the ground. She had started collecting things back onto it, and then she's standing up again. She seems nonplussed by your gun in her face.
She's going to look at her and be like, leave the tray on the ground.
Fine.
And Maria's going to, like, kick the tray and try to wedge it between the door.
Mm-hmm.
And then she's going to look at the servant and, like, try to determine as best she can if she gets any, like, weird vibes from her. And if she doesn't get any weird vibes, she's going to continue. She's going to try to go back into the dining room with the door having been wedged.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a scrutiny for just figuring out the cook.
Who are you? I'm the cook. Why am I not trained in scrutiny? Son of a bitch.
Okay, well...
I'm a trusting drug addict.
You are, apparently. So you're gonna go into the dining room? With the tray wedged in here?
Yes, that is the plan. She's trying to, like, I'm trying to wedge the door open so that it won't close at all, as best I can, and trying to retrace my steps.
Okay. Well, you're free to move your token whenever you want.
Whoop.
You open that door?
I'm gonna try.
Okay. As you open that door... the other one slams shut and you hear a scream get cut off.
Well, I don't like that. Shit. What happened to the tray?
It's gone.
Maria's gonna shout for... I don't know the cook's name. She's going to shout for Brutilla.
Okay.
Hey, Brutilla, there's something weird. Hello? Like, anybody?
Don't hear anything.
I'm going to try and open the door to the main hallway.
Okay, you can open the door to the main hallway. The door to the dining room shuts. Just slams on you.
Jesus, this is like a fucking four-dimensional puzzle, and I see the dogs. Do they still look normal?
Yep, they're just kind of sitting around. Liberty clocks you as you walk in.
Okay. With that being the case, Brutilla's decent, right? So
you go back into the kitchen?
Yeah.
Okay. Same story, door shuts behind you.
I'll open this door.
Okay, you open that door.
Shit.
It looks to you from what happened here. The tray was launched from the door as it shut and decapitated Josephine, the cook. The tray is now embedded in the wall here.
I don't know how anyone could have foreseen that.
We're gonna take a break from this scene and travel across town real quick.
Did we see her die? I was a little bit distracted, like, oh, he's dealing with that, and then, like, decapitated, and I got, like, whiplash back into the game.
You didn't see shit, because you were supposedly in the hall.
No, not my character. I don't care about that.
It did not happen on screen now.
No, it didn't happen on screen, yeah.
Oh, Dibble, you just came across the crime scene. Now you need to solve it to escape the room.
Okay.
I don't have to solve shit to escape the room. I know how she died.
But who did it?
So, Gabriel, you're back at the bullpen.
Provided I have taken. I have sort of digital or picked copies of all of the journals, and everything's been properly cataloged at the scene. Yes.
Yeah. This is several hours after being at the scene. You're tired a little bit from your day. You're heading back into the office to deposit some evidence that you have gathered, as well as check up on things and do the regular rigmarole of post-scene processing.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're free to go about your business.
Indeed. In which case... Yeah, one sort of leave a report on Bertilla's desk.
Okay.
Then... So do I have access to the evidence lockup on my own now? Because I didn't when I just transferred back.
No, you don't.
Okay. Which means, I suppose... I guess I'll call Bertilla to see where she is.
Okay. As you go to reach your phone to call Bertilla, it looks like she's calling you.
Oh, okay. I will pick up. Hi.
Hey, Gabriel, how are you?
I'm good. I need your access to the evidence lockup to put away some stuff I found.
Well, never mind that. I need you down at the Crane residence. There's been a murder.
I see.
It's been fresh.
Understood. I will be there as soon as possible, but I do need this stuff to be properly locked away. Do you know if Dr. Calworth's in? If you can't come here to help?
If he's in, bring him along too.
Okay.
And then she hangs up.
I will... Yeah, I'll go look for Dr. Calworth to get this stuff properly locked up.
Okay. Dr. Calworth is in his office on the next floor up, and will happily come down to help you lock things up. He says, Gabriel, my lad, how are you doing today?
I'm having a weird one, as it were, but...
Well, that's out of the ordinary. Most people would say what we do on a regular basis is weird, but...
Do you get a call from Bertilla about the murder at the Crane residence?
It's a murder at the Crane residence?
Well, she just called me about it and said that you should come along if you're available.
Well, I'm always available to work for the Arbites, so I guess I'll come along. We can take my car.
Okay. She didn't... never mind.
Something on your mind?
She sounded... Well, I don't know. Perhaps I'm just a stickler for procedure, but she seemed... She implied that I shouldn't lock up this evidence properly before going to see her. But she didn't make it sound like it was absolutely urgent. I mean, they're already dead, so what does a couple hours change? Or even 20 minutes?
Well, you and I both know that arriving at the scene for processing as soon as possible is important.
It's desirable, sure, but it's not... I mean, it's just not feasible all the time, given traffic.
True.
And it's not something that we'd compromise other procedures for.
Perhaps she's feeling the pressure of her newfound position. Let's get this...
Her new position? Is she officially promoted?
She will be soon. As far as what's coming down the pipeline. What's between the two of us. Don't spread that around too much. You know how they get when everybody knows X person's getting promoted. They squash the whole thing. So, anyway. He puts his card into the reader. It unlocks. Let's go ahead and get this stuff squared.
Right. Gabriel will just do a cursory glance to make sure nothing's obviously out of place, and then file the evidence boxes from that hideout properly.
Yeah. Dr. Calworth will help. Nothing looks like it's out of the ordinary here. He seems to look over the various evidence as you're handing it off to him. He says, "My, it looks like you all have found the hideout, the secondary location."
Potentially. I would like to give him a scrutiny check
Okay, go ahead.
to see how he reacts to this. Nope. Actually, wait. It's investigation, isn't it?
If you're considering him a suspect, yeah.
I absolutely am.
Okay.
Always. There we go.
He is delighted that it appears to be that you have found the secondary location. He says, "Well, once this tawdry slaying is put to bed properly, we can really comb through this stuff and get things put away done properly."
Of course.
It's almost like the end of an era, don't you think?
I think that's slightly premature, but it's certainly a disruption from the norm.
Only slightly premature. It's exciting, though. So he goes back to helping file things away.
Okay. And once done filing, Gabriel will follow him out to make sure that... Like, I can't stop him from going back in after... Actually, I can, because we're both going to the scene, so I'm going to make sure he isn't in there without me.
Yeah, he'll lock up after you.
Okay, cool.
And then you guys will head out to the Crane residence.
Lovely. Cool.
Okay. Okay. Please hold for... There we go. It wasn't that long ago before... Well, it wasn't that long ago. We were parked out front there, and he gestures to the street where the adjutant's body was found.
Yeah.
Interesting how we've come back here again so soon. Slaying, what do you think happened? Well, speculation this early is just pointless, I suppose.
Of course.
He knocks on the door.
Is the door's closed?
The door's closed.
Okay.
Bertilla!
I'll call her again.
You try her phone?
Yep.
Yeah, you're just getting a busy signal. She must be calling someone else. Maybe the precinct switchboard to see if they can dispatch units. He knocks on the door again, and the door opens slightly. That's curious.
Let's... I'm going to set up a perimeter, and... Well, I guess we would have informed... I don't know, not a dispatcher, but we would have informed, like, some kind of administrative person that we were going here, right?
Yeah, he would have just told the front desk where he was going.
Okay, yeah. But yes, we don't want civilians coming in behind us, so... does the residence have, like, front gates?
Yeah, it has a front gate.
Okay, then I will, like... put up the tape and all that.
Okay, he waits for you.
Huh. Well, Yeah, examine the door. Does it look like someone just left it open, or there's forced entry so it doesn't close properly anymore, or anything like that?
He's also looking at it, and he says, "It looks like it's one of those old-fashioned latches that just doesn't secure all the way. Enough of a wrap on it, and it just comes loose." Look, he pulls it shut, and then he really gives it a good tug to make sure it's secure, and then he wraps on it again, and see what I mean?
Seems like a significant security concern for a very rich family.
Yes, but if he says, "I don't think they have those kinds of problems, though." He gestures for you to follow him inside, and he steps inside.
All right.
He says, and then he points to the two cyber mastiffs. He says, "It looks like they have security under control here."
Oh, fucking dogs. Fair enough.
Bertilla! We're here! Bertilla? Oh, this is fucking strange.
Yes.
He knocks on this door, opens it. The door slams shut behind you, Gabriel. As he opens this.
Can I make a check to try and, if I'm standing right there, to try and stop it with my foot?
Yeah, go ahead and make an agility test.
Okay. No.
Okay.
First cripple.
Perhaps for the best, as it's slammed with such force that you're concerned that if you had been in that space, perhaps it would not have gone well for you. A sprained ankle or broken bone, perhaps.
There. I will attempt to open it immediately.
You can't seem to get a handle on the handle. Go ahead and roll me a willpower test.
Okay. I will spend a fate point on that one.
Okay, reroll.
Damn.
Oof.
Okay.
Just one worse. Look at that. 60-61. Look at that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have come across the impossible. This door somehow will not let your hand get close to the knob.
Well, it's time for that shit to cut the fuck out, and I'm going to inject myself with sandstone.
Okay. As you're coming to grips with the impossible, you do take 4 points of insanity.
Okay.
Alright. So he looks into this room here and he says, okay, there's no one in this drawing room.
I see.
This place seems to be a little bit unoccupied for the site of a murder. Good dog, he says as he moves past Liberty. He's
Back in this door.
Can you open this door?
Mm-hmm.
Dining room. Gabriel, this door is shut. Or stuck, he says as he's trying to open this one.
Ah. I'll join him there.
Okay. The dining room door slams behind you as you walk away from it. And then he says, "Oh!" And it opens without incident. Looks like a office or a study.
Could have relevant documentation. Gabriel will move inside.
Okay.
See if there's anything just left on the table or the desk.
You get you hear a startled woman's voice by the door, and the doctor goes, "Oh, jeez." The lady goes, "Ah." Thank you, Deladue. The young woman appeared as if from nowhere next to the doctor. Were you still going to look at the desk with this happening?
I guess Gabriel will sort of look at her. Who are you?
I am Lord Crane's bodyguard.
Where's Lord Crane?
He's in the drawing room. Dr. Lupus Callworth says, "Well, no he isn't. I just looked in there. There's nobody in there." She says, "That's impossible." And she goes to walk out. Door shuts behind her. He turns around. Pursue a little bit. "Now wait just a minute there," and she's gone. Okay. Gabriel,
Yes.
I think this is a problem. See, I may be old, but I don't think she is so fast that she could walk the breadth of that hallway in a second without me catching her. As I poked my head around the door. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, and that it doesn't.
Scientifically, it makes no sense.
Scientifically, there are a number of ways, but I don't believe she has access to the requisite technology.
Right. Scientifically speaking, it doesn't make any sense that she's gone. She's gone, Gabriel. I opened the door right after she walked through it, and she was gone.
I understand. I think that the logical thing to do would be to start examining the things in front of us. And sort of go back to examining the table and the desk for documentation. And if there's nothing just lying out, then start working on the filing shelf.
Okay. I'm going to see if I can find that body and the detective then. You going to be okay here?
Yes.
Oh, all right.
Though,
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to speak superstitiously, but I don't know if it's best that we split up, seeing as when that woman walked through the door, she disappeared.
Well, I'm rather useless here. I am a medical examiner. These
Understandable.
look like engineering stuff to me. As he casually glances around the tables, you can go ahead and roll a search if you like. He says, "Oh, if something happens, I'll shout. How about that?"
Fair enough.
All right. And he goes ahead and he moves out. And he leaves the room. And the dogs are restless enough for me to call a brief break.
Sounds good.
With 2 degrees of success, I will say that you do find some things. The bookshelf over here, stop Della, is full of technical manuals regarding the construction of firearms. It contains patterns associated with most of the Castern codes, but also standard Imperial patterns and patterns of their competitors, Alston Kep.
Right.
The drafting desk over here contains various technical and engineering drafts regarding guns. These designs are consistent with the new weapons going on sale at Castor Independent Forge Arms.
Okay, sorry. Yep.
On the table, there are gun parts just strewn about. It looks like tinkering occurs here. The filing shelf has mostly filings for patents and such with the Administratum. Let's see, 2 degrees.
Specifically, I would like to look, once I realize that there's sort of firearm documentation here, I'd look for a patent, and a pattern, and maybe drafts for the shotgun that Tom had.
Okay. You do find that in specific. You also find a strange filing for strange patent filing. That is in the evidence log. And we will take a break for 10 minutes and be back at 8 p.m. because the baby is crying.
Fair enough.
All right.
I'm not crying. Shut up.
And
Indeed.
we're back. Let's change. You didn't read. Did you read the what you found out loud to them?
No.
I have not read it out loud now.
Okay, good. Because they don't know about it yet.
Oh,
Meanwhile, in the hall, Barack and Beetlejuice, what are you up to?
I'm still fucking spooked because the doorknob won't, let me touch it. It kind of just phases through.
Yeah, Havelock's gonna just kind of hang out by the front door with mittens. Here, boy. We're gonna post up here. Just in case.
Mm-hmm. Huh.
I guess I will. Is this a door right here?
That is a door.
I guess I'll go look in it.
Okay. It is a jacket closet. You open it, and it's got an array of fine jackets just hung up around in a sort of semicircle, three-quarter circle, really, from one corner to the other, sort of like this. And that's what you're looking at.
Any jacket I recognize? Like, because we were coming here to meet people, so.
It doesn't look like anyone in specifics jackets other than who lives here. Go ahead and make a
Okay.
perception test to see if there's anyone who you know's jacket.
Perception. Nope.
Unfortunately, you can't discern any of these jackets belonging to anyone in particular, but they're nice.
I'll never afford them.
Nope. But there are quite a few.
Okay, close the door, and I will guess go to the next door, see if I can find anyone.
Okay. You open that door?
Yep.
It's a dining room.
So I don't see anyone. Guess I'll move on to the next door over here.
So the dining room door shuts as you go to open up the drawing room door. You don't see anyone there, but it is a well-appointed drawing room.
I'll look over at Beetlejuice. Say, we are supposed to meet them here, right?
Hmm. It is very clear that this place has some phenomena happening. There are life signatures all around us, but the door is open and rooms are empty.
Well, I mean, yeah, there's life signals around us. There's gesture to the two dogs and back at Havelock. Mittens.
More. Not in this corridor.
Well, I assume there's servants because, it is a fancy place, but I'm just surprised no one's come to greet us at least.
You do not understand yet. This room that you just opened, we're supposed to be more than 5 people in there.
I'll look back in.
There's nobody in there, as far as you can see.
Sure you're just not paranoid?
No.
Okay, guess,
Do you have something dirty on you? Something that you would not mind
something
giving it to me?
dirty?
Dirty.
Dirty? I don't think so. Guess I'll check my pockets. No, but I don't have anything that I that I want to lose, I guess.
CJ, how heavy are those doors?
They're probably normal weight for a door. Made of wood, but they're not too heavy.
Let me try something. And Peter just gonna go and he's gonna close the door. But when there's just a little bit space before closing, he's gonna put a deck of cards right between the door and the door frame.
Okay, you close it, and the deck of cards seem to prevent you from closing it.
Peter just gonna like step away from it.
The cards fall to the floor, and the door kind of opens a little bit.
No, it's like it's a pack of cards. Like they're
it's like, you know, half an inch thick. It's a deck of 52 cards. Yeah, you try to put it in the jam and shut it. You can't because it's too thick. So then when you walk away and you let it go, it falls to the floor and the door swings back open.
Well, maybe I was wrong. Maybe the doors can't stay open. Peter just gonna look away. He's gonna like point. There was some life signatures on. He points to here and to here.
Okay. I'll move over to this door over here. As long as the dogs don't go apeshit on me.
Okay.
And kind of open the door, see if it opens.
Okay. I'll make a awareness test, both of you.
Ooh, I'm trained. Not by much.
No. Is it awareness? Oh, yeah, it's a skill. Never mind. Ooh, I failed.
Tom, as Barack opens the door into the kitchen, you hear the deck of cards that had fallen on the floor by the door to the drawing room kind of go as they split from the door, kind of violently slamming itself shut.
Somehow I don't think that's the automatic door close.
Do you realize how much strength you need to split a deck of cards in the middle?
More than is necessary than to close a door.
This is concerning.
Maybe it's just overtuned. Let's look in here. And, do I see anybody?
There's nobody.
You're doing good.
Nobody's in the kitchen.
You're doing good.
Doesn't seem to be anyone in here.
Yes.
I guess let's go to the next room. You said you felt a presence. Move to this one.
Okay. You open the door into the study, and there is no one in the study. The door to the kitchen violently shuts itself.
Well, still no one here, and I'm still just going to assume that's the automatic door closer. So,
Do you see any mechanism?
I assume they have enough mind to hide it if they so choose. So let's look at a different room. And I will close this door, and I'll head to the store over by the stairs.
Okay.
And I'll open it.
You see what is the beginning of a hallway as you open that door.
Oh, kind of just walk in a little bit and see if I can see anything.
Okay. The door to the, as you open the door to this servants' quarters area, the door to the study shuts itself violently. As you walk in, you find a body on the floor, blood everywhere.
Well, you're right. There's something odd about this. And I'll kind of gesture for him to look.
Yeah, you should not stay inside that room. You should go back before the door closes on you.
Oh, yeah, I guess. I'll step back and close the door.
Okay. You step back and close the door.
Well, I've got to be extra careful now. I'll,
Now, what did you find in that room?
Huh?
Now, what did you find in that room?
Oh, I was gesturing for you to look at it.
Oh.
I don't know if you did or not, but,
Yeah, Peter just gonna open and just look inside.
It looks like there's a body at the junction of the hall.
Oh, that's a dead body.
But now that I know that something's really messed up going on, I'm going to pull out my las pistol and hold it at the ready, and carefully open up this door over here.
Beetlejuice, take a dodge test.
Boy. Oh, you opened the door, you bitch!
I don't know what's going on. As far as I know, these are just.
I established the rules! Do not open the door before somebody.
I'm still under the assumption these are fancy door closers.
Test, you bitch!
You bitch! Tom, you
Make
do
the dodge test,
Dude.
you bitch!
I'm doing it! No, I'm gonna reroll
Like I
it.
said, I assume these are fancy door closers.
Come on! Let's have another cripple!
No!
Yes! He's gonna look at Voldemort!
Alright. As you're poking your body around and looking down the hallway, Barack casually opens the door to the ballroom. The door that was already open comes slamming towards you, hitting you across the face and chest, pinning you against the wall for a moment as you slip out back into the hall. You take 7 wounds.
Does it ignore my armor and toughness?
It does not ignore your armor and toughness, but it also deals a level of fatigue.
Ooh, okay. I took 2 wounds.
Your ass just got bodied by a door!
Man, they really need to adjust these automatic door closers so they could be very dangerous.
By the Emperor, please stop!
What lies before you, Barack, is an opulent ballroom with an instrument of some kind off to the left. The floor is highly polished, almost reflective. The room is illuminated by a magnificent chandelier.
Kinda cool. Is the instrument one I would possibly know of?
I'm not sure if you'd be familiar with the harpsichord.
That's fancy people stuff.
Yeah, it's super fancy.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
It's an old harpsichord. A replica, but looks like some kind of piano.
I see. Well, since I don't see anyone in there and everything looks, as it should, I guess, I'll close the door and, guess I'll head up the stairs?
Okay.
Beetlejuice is like leaning against the wall, like holding his wounds on his chest. A little blood spittles out of his mouth.
What's wrong with you?
Stairs start here, by the way.
Okay.
We go up this way and then that way.
I'll kind of look at Beetlejuice while I'm walking and go, you okay? So I didn't see what happened. Stop what?
Stop walking dangerously.
Walking normally.
We're going to die if you keep on like this.
Alright, then where do you suggest we go?
Hold on. I'm going to cast healer on myself.
Does that seem wise?
No, But at the same time, if these things start piling up, well, it's a 1d5. So it's like what is it? Also, fatigue is like really bad.
Healer takes care of fatigue.
No, but I'm just saying that like it's gonna get harder for me to dodge from now on, unless we take a rest.
Yeah, but you're making a powers check in the warp with fatigue.
I don't know. Well, fatigue doesn't interrupt my like power rolls. Well, CJ, would I know if like there's a higher danger of me causing like a phenomena in this type of environment?
Go ahead and give me a warp test.
Okay.
It's the
No.
because phenomena are strictly a matter of the warp. You don't know. With a 91, you have no idea. It doesn't occur to you that this could be potentially dangerous.
Well, okay. Beetlejuice doesn't operate on unknown. Then he's gonna walk behind Barack and make sure that he doesn't do something stupid.
Are you gonna make your healer test?
No, not for now.
Okay. Are you going up the stairs, Barack?
Well, I was waiting. I asked him if he had any better suggestions of what to do. I was kind of waiting on that.
Walk slowly and don't open any doors before the people are clear of them.
Okay, I'll start walking up the stairs.
Alright. Bring your attention to the right side of the screen. You guys are on the second floor now.
Wow, that's a wacky house, dude.
I'll look back at Beetlejuice like, where now?
Let me do another Phoenicians to see if like I can detect like more life signs. CJ?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead and give me the range.
For Phoenicians, let me pick over the book. Phoenicians. It is extend your senses equal to my perception bonus plus 1d10. I don't have any degree of success, so it's gonna be 1d10. Let's roll. And my perception bonus is 4, so it's gonna be 12 meters.
Okay. So within 12 meters of yourself, which is most of the house, you cannot feel anything on the second floor. There's as far as you are from where you are. You do feel presences on the first floor. The ominous or baleful presence is on the first floor in the hallway by the body.
Mm-hmm.
The other presences are strewn about in the rooms you believe they should be in. The servants' quarters, the study, the drawing room, the hall. There's nobody up here on the second floor, though.
I don't feel anybody on this floor.
Nope.
But there's a malevolent presence next to the body. Tom?
Still your scene, guys.
Yeah, sorry. So, then I guess we go back to the body, or what?
Yeah.
Guess we'll
Peter just said that to you. You're the person with the gun.
head back down there and head towards the body.
Alright, may I direct you to the left side of the screen? Okay. You go over to the door to the servants' quarters. You open the door.
Okay,
Havelock, there's a malicious presence here. Also a dead body. It's better if we do not get separated. Do you still wish to stay here?
Yep. I'm gonna stay right here. So as you guys open that door, this is what you see.
I'll start heading in.
Okay, you step inside.
Yes, with my gun drawn.
Okay. All right. As you step inside, the door slams behind you, Beetlejuice. Maria, the door slams in front of you, where you were. So you are stuck in the kitchen as far as you can see. And let's see here. Let me grab this and do this. All right. As you, Brock and Beetlejuice, step into the space, this hallway, you come across Dr. Lupus Callworth, who seems to be examining the body. He looks up as you guys walk in. Oops. Definitely zoomed in way too much on the stream. Let's back up a little bit. There we go. He looks up as you gentlemen come in, and he says, "Ah, gentlemen, do you know what's going on here? I'm having a devil of a time keeping track of literally anyone."
Dr. Lupus Coward, I did not expect you to be here.
Brutella called Gabriel and said that there had been a murder.
That sounds unlikely.
Oh, there's a dead body here. It looks like she'd been decapitated, and he gestures to the wall nearby. He gestures that way.
Yes, we saw it earlier, but there was no one else here when we looked.
That doesn't make any sense. I've been here at least 15 minutes.
We have been here a lot sooner than that. We came here to investigate as Brutilla went missing.
Brutilla's missing?
She did not answer her calls. Her phone has no signal anymore. Neither she nor Maria.
He pulls out his
Commissar Maria, that is.
He pulls out his data slate and he tries to dial the precinct. I'm getting no signal as well.
Dr. Callworth, I'm afraid that you are in the middle of a psychic phenomenon.
Oh, I guess there's a first time for everything.
I'm thankful that you're calm about this.
I mean, if I'm gonna die, I've lived a good life, so...
Well, before anything bad happens, it seems that only in each separate room, only one door can stay open. If a second door is open, the first door shall close with enough force to cause extreme trauma.
Well,
Peter just probably has like a little bit of blood on like his chest and like mouth as he says that.
Ooh, you got caught between the door, didn't you? Well, this poor lass here was decapitated when that serving tray was launched through her neck. I assume by that kitchen door there.
So it seems we're not the first ones to test the strength of the doors.
Perhaps not. He goes about examining the body. This is pretty clear cut here. I'm not sure if this was murder in the strictest sense, but definitely some kind of slaying. I don't think we have a word for it yet.
Manslaughter?
Haunting aside is where I want to go, really, but haunting and side don't lexicographically mix, so I'm going to have to consult with Gabriel. We'll find a word for this.
You came with Gabriel?
Yes, he's supposed to be in the study.
There was no one in the study when we investigated.
That's preposterous. I left him there just a few minutes ago.
Psychic phenomena.
I don't know. There's something weird about this place.
The rooms that we seem to observe are not properly aligned with the ones we currently reside. Is that many overlapping house rooms are between one another, and each door is a pathway to a random one. As soon as we step out of the room and we don't observe somebody, it seems that they disappear. For example, Beetlejuice is gonna open the door, look into the hallway, and see if like Havelock is still there.
Sure. Havelock is gone.
Point proven. Close the door.
Strangely, Chevalier and Liberty are still there. Dr. Calworth says, strangely enough, I understand what you're talking about. As I was leaving, well, as we had entered the study, there was a young woman, dressed like a bounty hunter of sorts. She said she was Lord Crane's bodyguard. We told her that there was no one in the drawing room, and she left. I went to try to stop her, and she was gone as soon as the door had shut between us. And then I had tried to catch up with her. She was only maybe a beat ahead of me. And then I went through the door to look without closing it behind me, and she was gone. Gabriel was still there, so I went back and I talked to him, and I asked him what he thought of the situation. He seems to be on edge as well. This is certainly not normal.
We're just gonna attempt another like senescence.
Sure.
To try to get like a beat on everybody is. Another one, but now with fatigue. Nope.
Mm-mm.
Closes his eyes, there's a moment of concentration, but it just fades.
This place is eerie. Well, there's not much else I can do here. He goes to look down this hallway. These appear to be the servants' quarters.
It does seem that it's best for us to stay together. Else we're just gonna stay separated.
I'll stick with you all if you don't mind. Which way do you want to go?
Let's try to make our way back to Gabriel.
Alright then. As he walks through the space in front of you, this space here, he sort of like pauses and just shudders, and then he continues on as if nothing had happened.
Beetlejuice is gonna step on that place.
Make a willpower test.
Would that be considered either possession or psychic power?
This is more of a fear test.
Okay.
Okay. You succeed, As you step into that space, you hear a slithering sound. You feel like you're up to your waist in snakes or leeches or something black and wriggling. You have this sensation of being skeptical of everything. Are you remaining in that spot for more than a second?
I'm gonna step out of it.
Okay. It fades as you step out of it.
Oh, something wrong with that spot.
Like, just that spot in particular, or like this whole area?
I recommend you not stepping on it.
Noted. Well,
Uh,
you said he was in the study, correct, Doctor?
Yes, he's supposed to be in the study.
mm-hmm.
Well, I'll open the door and start heading out to the hallway.
Wait, hold up. CJ, what are the walls made of? Is it like a paper, not paper, is there wallpaper, is it wood, stone, what is it?
It's carved wood. It looks like it's well made. There are, around the corners, there are like stone sort of blocks that go up in a sort of jagged pattern, sort of to create a semblance of aristocratic architecture and feel.
Mm-hmm. If I put my hand on that spot, do I feel anything?
As you put your hand over that spot, you get the same sensation. Go ahead and make another fear test.
Do I get a bonus because I was expecting it and I can steal myself?
No.
Okay.
Sorry, buddy.
Fair. Ooh, on the money.
On the money. So you put your hand in that spot, you reach through, and it, like a whip, something wet and wriggling feels as if it is wrapped around your arm and starts to pull you in a way towards that spot a little more. You can fight it if you'd like.
No, but what am I going to do is that I'm going to take my hand away, and with an idea where it is, I'm going to light up a glow stick. Then I'm going to put it out, and with the ashes, I'm gonna draw like a circle exactly where, to make like a note where not to step.
Mm-hmm.
Make like the nice ground like ashy.
Give me a strength test as you try to pull your arm back.
Ooh, shit. Oh, do I actually have to fight that? It's like, oh,
yeah.
Then I would ask Barack for help.
Okay. So you can make it with help, if Barack is willing to lend you help. Barack, are you willing to lend him help?
I don't know if I noticed if he needs help. He hasn't said anything.
Yeah. Oh, that's like Barack. Let me push myself off this.
I'll give him a nudge, not really understanding what he wants.
Okay.
Push me out of this.
I'll push him as hard as I can.
Okay. Give me a strength test.
You asked the wrong person. Oh, okay, maybe not.
All right. So you've pushed him, right? So you're gonna kind of push him, right?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. All right. So he pushes you into it.
No, pushes me out of it.
Yeah. He said push though.
Yeah, you said push, not pull.
So here you are.
But didn't I say push me out of this?
As in pull. Or no, you said push me, and so I'm pushing you. I don't know exactly what's going on. You said there's something wrong here.
You didn't.
And you said to push me.
It's okay. It's fair. It's just fun fact, in Portuguese, the word push, or better puxar, means to pull.
Ah, well.
Anyway.
Anyway, in English, it means to push. So he pushes you further into the space where the phenomena is taking place. You can still try to pull yourself out of it, but you are taking a penalty now of -15. So go ahead and give me that strength test yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the puppy farted. Okay, so as you try to pull yourself free, another one of those feelings grasps your other arm, and you feel yourself pulled in a little closer to the center. And then you feel a wet sensation go up your front, as if like something is licking you. And you hear, my. I don't know your name, Beetlejuice. Who are you? Do psychers taste better? I believe they don't. And then you are thrown across the hall and into the wall over here. Go ahead and give me an agility or dodge to see if you can catch yourself before you hit the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Barack, you hear nothing other than just like him struggling with something invisible and then being thrown into the wall.
I'm gonna re-roll that.
Okay.
With my last fate points.
When I see him thrown against the wall, I'm gonna try and go over and pull him.
Ooh boy.
All right, so you catch yourself before you hit the wall. You feel pain go up your arms from the shock of the impact, but you don't take any wounds of damage. Brock, are you running to help him?
Yeah.
Okay, so you run through that space. Go ahead and give me a fear test as you do so.
A willpower, you say?
Yes.
I'm going to try and re-roll that.
Okay.
And I did worse.
You did worse. You failed the fear test. I believe you need to roll on the table.
What, 1d100?
Yes. Hold on a second. Let me pull up the utility. So you need to go to the shock table. For this one. Go ahead and roll.
Number?
That is page 233. There, it's in the player utility part of the journal. I already have it up, so you can roll.
1d100.
Mm-hmm. 6. Okay. You're startled. This is strange. You pass through this space, and you feel like some kind of whip just came across your back. And it pushes you further into the hallway here. You kind of trip over the body, and you know you felt something, and that startles you. Go ahead and take a point of insanity. There was something there, but it's not there.
Nope, I don't like that.
Beetlejuice, for this whole encounter, you will take 2 points of insanity.
Okay. Gotcha.
Okay, so as you guys are recovering from that moment, you see the body of the maid kind of shift over and then go up into the space a little bit, and it disappears.
Say what now?
Yep, it just kind of like looks like it gets picked up and then is pulled violently into that space. It disappears.
As Vito just like picks himself up from the ground. And as you see, that's what happens on a psychic phenomena. Goes wrong. He like cracks like his arm back into place. Like, God damn it. God Emperor, save me.
And we will close that scene for now. Okay. We will return to Maria Luminet.
Present.
The door slammed in front of you. You hear a scuffle and shouts and a couple of slams. After a moment, on the other side of the door.
Whatever's on the other side of the door shouldn't be there. The other side of the door.
Mm-hmm.
So Maria's going to shout for Detective Brutilla. And wait for a response. If there's no response after a few seconds, she's going to like put 2 shots roughly center of mass through the center of the door.
Oh fuck.
Okay.
And then she's going to kick the door open.
Alright, fire your ballistic tests. Both of them.
Okay. Any bonuses for that?
I mean, your
God, I hope not.
Your point blank range, so yeah. I mean, you're trying to hit the door, right? Yeah.
I'm trying to shoot through the door, I guess. I mean, I imagine the door isn't like.
It's a solid oak door, so.
I mean,
and this
bullet's gonna go through.
No, this is a very short and smaller caliber pistol. It's probably not.
Oh, well then if that, like, if I already know that it's not gonna do anything, then I'm not gonna shoot the door. I'm just gonna kick the door open with my gun.
Okay, go ahead.
Like leveled.
Go ahead and give me a melee skill test.
Oh, shit.
I think you meant like kicking the door with his gun on his hand, not kicking the door with the gun.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, just.
Alright,
oh no, never mind.
You give
more badass like this.
You give it a good kick, and go ahead and roll damage for me.
Holy shit.
I think unarmed is like 1d5 in fatigue, something like that. It's weird. Just give me a d5. Just roll me a d5.
That's with strength.
Okay.
You had strength to it.
Yeah. So you go ahead and you kick it, and the door comes open, and there you see that the body is gone.
Oh, is there anything there?
There's nothing there. It's just a pool of blood.
Maria's gonna, like, think for a second to where she heard the scuffle.
Scuffle was, like, right in here.
She's gonna place 2 shots where she thought she heard the scuffle.
Okay, go ahead and fire.
Got it, dude.
You shooting at the floor or, like, in the space?
What would be center of mass for that space?
Okay, just so, like...
It's 1 shot. This is 2 shots.
Okay, the bullets go through the space, hit the wall. Good grouping.
Okay. Yeah, I try. Occasionally. Okay, well that didn't do anything, and this is really unfun. So, Maria's going to go back into the kitchen, leaving the doors open.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to look around for any kind of like brush equipment.
Sure. You have 4 bullets left, by the way.
3 bullets left.
Oh, 3 bullets left, yes. Right. What are you looking for specifically? Like a knife or something?
Like a brush.
Like a brush? Okay, yeah. There's like some like cleaning brushes for, you know...
More like something you would use like on barbecue or something.
Okay, yeah, like a steel brush. Yeah, there's one by the range.
Well, I suppose not a steel brush, like a paintbrush, like you use in cooking. Like.
Oh, you're looking for like. Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. You're looking for something that like would brush on like barbecue sauce, that kind of deal. Yeah, there's also one among the prep tables.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab that,
Mm-hmm.
and then I'm going to walk over to the pool of blood and feel it to see if it's still liquid.
Oh yeah, it's still wet. This is pretty fresh.
So she's going to load the brush up, like as thick as possible, and she's going to draw. She's going to then take it and run it along the wall.
Okay.
Drawing a line as she walks and opens this door.
Brock and Beetlejuice, a line of blood appear in front of you along the wall towards that door.
Wait, they didn't hear the bullets explode into the wall?
No.
Sorry, Gabriel. Sorry, Doc.
Rip.
Okay. So Maria's going to open this door.
Okay. Beetlejuice and Brock, how do you react to the line of blood appearing on the wall?
Well, it's no weirder than, when something immaterial licked my back or whatever. So,
Wait.
I'll be a little surprised, but...
It's does it go in this direction?
Yeah, it starts on that corner there and then goes along the wall and then towards the door.
Wait, Beetlejuice is gonna walk, avoiding the horrible spot, and he's gonna take his knife and he's gonna draw a cross on the door.
Okay.
Well, not a cross, like an X.
Okay, so you go over to the door. As you walk through the horrible spot, quote unquote, nothing happens. It seems whatever presence was there has moved on.
I said purposeful.
Purposely
I said that I didn't
avoiding
walk on it. Yeah.
The spot was a large. It took up the whole, like, breadth of that space.
Oh, I thought it was like this entire, just this square here.
No, it was all 4 of these.
Okay, yeah.
Because when Barack ran through, right, and then you were here and you got thrown through, so it would be all 4 of these.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you walk through this time, you don't feel anything at all. And Maria didn't have to test for anything when she walked through that space. So
I'm the favorite.
So you're going
don't know that.
So you're trying to put a knife mark on the door?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as you
like signs can like pass through.
Yeah, as you go ahead and you try to put your knife to the door, the knife gets pushed completely out of your hand and is lodged in the wall behind you.
Then how about I use my own blood that the door drew from me and try to like make a X with my own blood?
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. You draw a little X. Maria, an X appears in front of you on the door.
Fucking gross. Maria's gonna like look at that for a second, take note of it, kick the door in front of her open.
Okay.
Paintbrush in one hand, gun in the other.
Okay.
I look like a really bad.
Okay, you open the door. Brock, what do you do after? Brock and Beetlejuice, what do you guys do after you leave that mark?
Okay, so nothing disturbed it, nothing made another mark. Beetlejuice wonders if like did anything at all. Okay. I already said to you, Barack, that there was a malicious presence here.
Yes.
Now it's clear, and you saw what it can do, what we're dealing with. I still have a headache about that. Ugh.
I think we need to go with the doctor and go to the study, see if we can find Gabriel.
Mm-hmm.
If not find him, we can, from what it looks like, is the other presences you're feeling are making marks as well, and gesture to the line that was made on the floor.
I was... Maybe not. You see, that presence was malicious. This one might be somebody else. It might not be. It might be playing tricks with us. We need to experiment a little bit more.
Well, I'm more thinking of the other people that are locked in here that you said you could feel. Let's,
see,
like I said, let's go to the study. We can get some, see if there's like any ink or anything that we can use to write with, because see if we can kind of try to communicate.
Doctor, you said you came here to investigate a murder. I imagine you brought something to write?
I take notes on my data slate.
Fair enough.
I mean, come on, it's the 41st millennium.
And there's nothing but war. Okay, no, but really. We need to stay together. We don't know if it's gonna pop up again. And my mind slipped when I meant to say for you to push me, I meant to say to pull me away. If something happens, we need to have our eyes peeled to help each other if something happens. We might need to attack it if it shows up again.
Okay.
I am unsure if it's tangible enough for it. But at this point, we don't really know what's happening. That wound started to take a toll. I need to lay down and rest a bit.
Okay, so you guys gonna talk here forever, or?
No, Beetlejuice said his piece, and we go now.
You go through the door?
Yeah, we're heading through the door towards the study.
Okay.
It's bad, okay?
You head towards the study, Barack and Beetlejuice and Lupus. Maria, where are you going after you enter the hall?
Well, she's going to very quickly look around. The dogs are in place.
Yep, the dogs are still here. Liberty casually regards you.
She's going to walk over with the paintbrush.
Mhm.
I guess rather she's doing it like this. She's dragging the paintbrush along the wall,
Sure.
across the door,
and
then she's going to look at the dog. Does anything seem off about it?
Nope, just looks like a dog to you.
She's going to put an X on the dog's head.
Okay, puts an X on the dog's head.
And same with this one.
Okay, goes over and puts an X on the dog's head.
And then going to check inside of the coffee room.
The drawing room. Okay, you look inside.
Not a drawing.
There's nobody there.
Is there any extra doors in this room?
No.
Okay. She's going to walk out, put an X on that door.
Okay.
Then comes back in and looks inside of this door.
Okay.
It's dark.
There's nobody in that room.
Walk out and put an X on the door.
Okay.
Into whatever study?
This room is the ballroom. There's nobody in there either.
I would have a lot of room for balls.
Would have a lot of room for balls.
Some kind of an instrument.
Yes. It's a harpsichord, but you may know that. But not most others would not in the 41st millennium.
Okay. She will X on the door.
Okay.
Let's see. Checked out the kitchen. So I will X the door to the kitchen.
Okay.
And I've checked out the
Yep.
X out the dining room door.
Mm-hmm.
And she's going to go to the front door.
Yep.
Try to open.
Nope. You can't get a grip on the knob. It just does not want you to play.
Up the stairs.
Okay, you head up the stairs.
Into dome. She's gonna drag the paintbrush along the wall, going up the stairs.
Okay. Mm. Mm. That's just for signaling. And yoink kazoink you.
I do not envy the fucker who has to wipe this up.
Yeah. Alright, let's bring our attention to the right side of the screen. And, well, that's too bad.
Oh, God. Okay.
Too damn bad, Grandpa.
With that, she's going to check around. Is there any doors to the top?
There's a door here, there's a door here, there's a door here, a door here, and a door
She's
here.
going to start here, and juke, 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 juke. And then open the door.
Okay.
Dark red. Red. Oh, the main entryway. Just going to open it.
Mm-hmm.
Open the next door.
Okay. The door behind you to the master bedroom suite shuts violently.
Oh, that's nice. She's going to walk in, look around, check out the drink table.
Yeah.
Anything?
There are some bottles of fine liquor here.
We will take a second. She's going to check the end table.
There's a personal journal and a autoquill.
She's going to take the personal journal, put it inside of her duster.
Okay.
It might be useful.
That would be Lord Crane's personal journal.
That will definitely be useful. She's going to open up this wardrobe. Or closet, I'm assuming.
This is actually the master bathroom.
She's going to, like peek inside. Does she see anybody? Anything?
Nope, just some significant opulence in here.
Yeah. She don't think about it for a minute. I have time. And then she's going to grab one of the fine bottles that she can, determine its vintage.
Mm-hmm.
And then swirl it a little bit and take a little swig, just to cut the edge.
Mm-hmm. Give me a toughness test.
I didn't take carouse.
You've already used a couple of fate points, I believe.
I've used one.
Okay, so I need to adjust your little token here.
Yeah.
Would you like to re-roll that?
You know what? No.
No? Okay.
Guys, it's been...
You take 7 levels of fatigue.
Ooh.
Well, then I am unconscious.
Yeah. And you take 3 points of toxic damage.
Assuming
That gets soaked by your toughness if you have more than 3 toughness.
Phew.
That's some good shit.
As you swirl the bottle and you drink it, you swallow, and you realize that you swallowed too quickly, trusting the bottle too much. You put it down, your hand shaking, your head starts to swim. You stagger towards the bathroom. You bounce off the door, stagger over to the wardrobe, slam against the wardrobe, retch onto the wardrobe, stagger over to the Vox stand. You kind of like palm your way across as your vision gets really blurry. You make it to the bed and you lie onto the bed halfway, and you are unconscious on the bed.
At least I'm in a comfortable spot.
Mm-hmm.
Not a safe spot, but comfortable.
Okay. Meanwhile, back at the ranch.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Well, that needs to be hidden properly. 'Cause that's just...
What a great art project.
Right? Okay, so... Gabriel,
Indeed.
what are you up to?
Well, upon finding that patent, there's a few things Gabriel would do. First and foremost would be cross-reference the filing number with any of the designs in the bookshelf, on any of the parts, serial numbers of the parts on the table, any of the draft numbers on the desk.
Yeah,
if there's anything
I get
that matches.
a thorough check through. Go ahead and give me a seen this before.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing that would sort of fall under this as well is looking through all of the sort of scanned journal entries if that number shows up, and then if those phrases show up.
Okay.
That's unlikely, so I'm going to spend a fate point on it.
Task failed successfully. Alright, so you are gonna push?
No, I'm gonna
Reroll?
reroll because I feel like I can probably do better. Yes, I can.
Okay. Alright, so the filing number matches nothing. It
Of course.
matches nothing in this room at all.
Mm-hmm.
So-
And the phraseology, does that show up in the journals at all?
No.
Interesting. I guess the so yes, okay, so none of that shows up in the journals. The other thing would be on the patents for the Tom's shotgun. Is there any correspondence that mentions Tom getting one of these?
Go ahead and give me another seen this before.
Okay. That's super unlikely. You know what? No, I'll leave it.
Okay. You don't find any, but this may not be where the correspondence is kept in this house.
Right. All right. If I feel like if there's no no number match anywhere else for this filing, I'll take the filing with me. I'll see if there's any drafts or parts or patents or well, not patents because I have the patent. Anything that lacks a filing number.
Okay. No, there aren't any fresh designs that don't have a number. It looks like Lord Crane is very thorough when it comes to this work.
Right. And I guess, is there anything that references either visually or in its naming pattern a tongue?
No.
Okay. Well, in which case, Gabriel will make his way to the door and open it.
Okay. As you step through the door... Yoink. Yep. 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 Since you had been in the study, someone has put a lot of red paint or blood all over the place. You also step out of the room and you see that Dr. Calworth has found Beetlejuice and Barack, and he is coming out of the servants' quarters with them at the same time as you. You all sort of enter this space at the same time.
Interesting.
Gabriel, everything all right with you?
Yes. You were just passing through that door, yes?
Yes. Seemingly at the same time you had.
Which is the exact same circumstances in which we've seen the one other person we've encountered in the house. Passing through the doors simultaneously. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be a thing that can be coordinated.
No, it's up to chance, it seems. Perhaps, or timing. Unfortunately, it's without the data slates or any other means to communicate, it's going to be difficult to coordinate that sort of thing and get all together.
I see.
But there are 4 of us here now, and I suggest we follow your previous suggestion, based on what we saw in the servants' quarters hallway, to not go off on our own.
Right. Beetlejuice, I have something I'd like you to look at.
Would you like to share the strange filing with him?
Yes, but only him. I'll say, as I've already looked at it, I have to bear the burden of that knowledge, but I feel like this is what the Magos might call a thought contagion.
There is a new entry in your evidence log, Tau.
You're also muted, Tau, if you're trying to talk.
He might have stepped away. Did you find anything else of interest, Gabriel, among the filings and such? Paperwork?
I found reference to a number of patents.
Sorry.
I found reference to a number of patents. Some, I assume, just filed and therefore not in any other records. I found workshop, some designs. The only thing of note is what I've shared with Beetlejuice to see if he can determine if it has relevance to the phenomena we're experiencing.
Sorry, I was here. Beetlejuice, like, before he looks at it, what do you mean exactly by that thought contagion?
Well, that's a term that Negus Nonajasm has used, but I looked at it because I needed to understand what it is, but I think the fewest people that look at it probably should. But seeing as you are the expert here, you should also look at it.
Did you feel something weird when you looked at this?
No. But here. And
Peter just gonna take a look at it, and I'm gonna start to actually read it now. Peter just gonna put this down. This is very concerning.
indeed.
You should know that there's an entity around this house that consumes people, and it seems invisible to the eye.
A sensation not unlike a tongue?
It is unfortunately very much like one.
Understood.
I have reason to believe we might be dealing with the.
Understood.
It's part of the office, I'm sorry, but what am I expert in has burrowed in this house. You need to look where you step, or you might not step back.
Understandable.
And do be careful with the doors.
I will.
Peter just gonna look at the walls. And this seems to be happening as well.
Oh, it happened after that event, so maybe we should follow it, and maybe it'll lead us to this thing, or to one of the other people that are trapped.
Either it's or somebody else. It's as good as lead as any.
Okay. I'll start heading towards the stairs, because that's where it looks like it's leading to.
Okay. Make an awareness test, the three of you. Gabriel, Brock, and Beetlejuice.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know shit.
Sight. Does sight or sound apply?
Only sound.
Sound, okay.
Nope.
Okay.
I'm gonna re-roll mine. Why not?
Alright.
Wild.
Nope.
Interesting.
Alright, so you guys are going upstairs. Dr. Callworth will follow you.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, you guys are upstairs now. Please direct your attention to the right side of the map.
Oh. What is it? What is that brown thing?
That would be a blood smear. I didn't draw it.
Hmm. More of it.
There. It's now dark red.
I'll move to the door, since it seems that's where it's going to, and it doesn't have an X like the other ones had.
Nope.
And I will carefully push open the door with my gun raised.
And I'm going to try to do a senescence.
Sure.
Please, buddy, do not fail me now.
Dr. Lupus steps forward while Beetlejuice is focusing. Says, be sure not to open that other door there at the end of the entryway until we're all in that little space.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I get 10 meters.
Okay, so these you sense these three people, and you can kind of make out that there's a person in this room somewhere. There is also, let's see where you are grid-wise. Right there? Okay. The Malevolence is in the kitchen with someone else. And that's all. You still sense at least one person in the drawing room, but that's about it.
Hmm.
Oh, and
There seems to be somebody beyond.
and there's somebody.
I do, however, feel... Oh, sorry.
There is somebody still in the servants' quarters.
Hmm. The place where we were before and there was a body, right?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. I do feel somebody in that room. But I also feel the presence going to somebody else. It seems that it's starting to pick people off one by one. The casters and cranes might not have much time. Or Maria, or Brutilda.
Well, there's no reason to be dilly-dallying then. Let's go and check this room. Come on.
Very much so, yes.
Gabriel, you coming? I'm afraid that if we shut the door behind us, you will be gone when we open it again.
Yes. And Gabriel will head into the room.
Being as I'm in the position of point man, I'm going to elect Brock. You seem to be someone who is better suited for that. Go ahead.
Alright, I'll go push open the door with my gun drawn again.
Okay.
And I'm gonna draw my gun too.
Alright, as you open the door with the gun drawn, you do see that Maria is right there. Totally unconscious on the bed.
I'll kind of quickly move in, make sure to sweep, see if there's anything in there besides her.
Lots of vomit.
Yeah, there's like... Yeah, it's disgusting in here. There's vomit all over this wardrobe. There's a bottle of something on the floor here that's stained the carpet.
What the hell happened in here?
I do not believe that was the creature.
Dr. Callworth says, Gabriel, I think she's still alive.
I have detox.
Yeah, that's...
And Gabriel go administer, sort of very briskly put Maria in the recovery position and then inject a dose of detox.
You seem quite adept at this.
Part of my job, is it not?
He's checking her over. She looks like she'll recover. You administer the dose of detox.
And I'm getting out of the way of both ends.
Yeah, he's gonna go ahead and do the same. Maria, you are awake very suddenly with the urge to both. The urge to both.
That's all we're going to describe.
Yeah, you do happen to know where a bathroom is.
Assuming I can get there in time?
Yeah, let's test an agility test.
I mean, I'd rather not narrate that if we don't have to, but like...
Yeah, we'll just say you get there in time, you throw open the master bathroom door, and you go ahead and you purge yourself in there for a while. The doctor says, well, it looks like we found Maria. Make sure that door doesn't go shut, though, so we don't lose her.
Right.
Yeah, Beetlejuice gonna make sure that door does not close.
You would have what?
I would have closed the master bathroom door.
Behind you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Alright.
Oh boy.
Yep. Alright, so she closes the door. Beetlejuice, you go to open it again just to make sure that she's still not there. You realize that the door had shut all the way, and she's gone.
Fuck.
Power says, oh, for fuck's sake! We just said... God damn it.
Sorry that I don't want visitors.
Out of curiosity, I'm gonna go over to this door, open it back up, and close it.
Okay. You open it up and close it?
Yes. And then I'm gonna turn to Beetlejuice. It's like,
and I'm gonna open the door.
Try now?
Yeah, so as he opens the door to the entryway, the bathroom door slams shut. And then you open it after he's closed it again, and she's still not there.
Well, it was worth a shot.
Uh-huh. Gabriel, do you have any writing utensils? Anything?
Yes, I have an auto quill.
Write something where she can see it. Send her a message. We need to explain the situation to her and then move on to the anomaly.
There's a quill over here on this end table.
I'll use my own writing utensil.
Oh, okay.
And keeping the door open, Gabriel will write just on, like, some toilet paper.
Sure.
You're just gonna make sure that doesn't close.
What exactly should I write?
Invisible anomaly. We can send messages through writing through walls. Picking
Alright.
people one by one.
I will write, I'll write sort of, I guess in Gabriel's words, there is some kind of anomaly that is separating us. Walls seem to be consistent. Use them to communicate.
And write our names on it.
And dash Gabriel.
Okay. After your purging session, Maria, a piece of conspicuously placed toilet paper has some writing on it that was just described in front of you.
She's going to, like, look it over, make note of that, and with her assumably still bloodied paintbrush, just write on the mirror, okay. And then, like, dash M.
Gabriel, you see an OK-M appear on the mirror.
Alright. I suppose we have some method of communication now.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, it seems we need to hunt this thing before it kills more people.
There was no mention of where the entity was on your note.
No.
Yeah,
Nope.
it's just an invisible entity, so anywhere.
Betelgeuse didn't give me that information.
Yeah.
Um,
Out of character,
knows.
I don't even have it.
Yes,
Yeah.
you did. You definitely got where the entity was on your Senescience.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
we
it
know
went
where it
from
was,
one
not where
place
it
to the...
is.
Yeah, but like, it's on the kitchen, right? But it was on the quarters. Then it went to the kitchen. It has like from a reading that I had last session. It's moving around the house with no constant, except like very short moments. So the moment you got to the kitchen, you could spend like minutes searching the kitchen. It might be somewhere else. It's just, it can be anywhere. That's the idea I'm trying to give it to you, because it's the most accurate one.
Okay. So then... Okay.
It could be the house for all I know.
No. Monster House.
Not that movie, no!
I want to touch that little dangly thing swing in the back of its throat.
No.
Please don't.
I want to reference the movie, but I feel like we should move on. We should move on. CJ, say we should move on.
We should move on.
Alright.
Actually, no. I know now. Gabriel will write on another piece of toilet paper. We've observed people coming back together when traversing the same door at the same time. We can attempt this. Try and walk through the door in 15 seconds.
Okay.
And Gabriel will attempt to walk through the door in a little longer than 15 seconds.
Okay.
But, like, assuming the amount of time it would take to read that plus 15 seconds.
Okay.
Maria will read the note, look at her chrono, and note the time.
Oh, fuck me.
She
I
will then...
didn't say a specific time. I said 15 seconds.
You're correct. A chrono keeps track of time, though. It has 15 seconds on it. Like,
Okay.
We're fucked.
Tibble, you play in character, and I love it so much, but why do you gotta fuck me like that?
she's going to look at her chrono and, like, count in her head for 10 seconds or so. Look at her
15?
chrono again. Yes, I know. You said 15.
Oh no!
She's going to count in her head for 10 seconds and look at her watch to try and do the last 5 seconds.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
How much time has passed?
Well, I rolled for it, and you're gonna pass. You count out 10 seconds in your head. It looks like about 8 seconds on your watch has passed. It did stay on the same spot for a couple of seconds. So then you get, okay, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, and then you move through the door. And you kind of, the three of you kind of jumble into each other right where Beetlejuice is standing.
Okay. She's gonna like shuffle away from everybody and like have her gun pointed. Like
Beetlejuice.
She is most definitely like at everybody. Like it's a citizen special, and like she knows it's really not gonna do anything, but like she's not leaving anything to chance. So she's going to look at everybody really quick and like a little bit of a panicked look. And
Hello, Commissar Maria.
She's going to look at you and be like, okay, you're safe for now. And like the gun is like shaking at him. But now she's going to look at the others and she's going to be like, how do I know you are who you say you are?
The doctor goes, oh, for fuck's sake. Maria, honestly, I don't have time for this. And he goes over to the box stand and he's just going to start tinkering with it, see if he can get anything.
Sorry, was she saying Gabriel was safe or Beetlejuice was safe?
Beetlejuice.
Okay, in which case Gabriel will say, you're an asshole.
That doesn't disqualify you.
Well, it should.
You sent me to your apartment to pick up a package?
Speaking of which, where is it?
Honestly speaking, you should actually have it on you, right?
I do. I didn't put it in the storage. So I'll pull it out from one of the pockets, I guess, on my uniform.
Oh, it's a long gun, so you're gonna have to heft it off of your shoulder.
Okay, yeah.
Good. She's going to take that citizen special and like pop the bullets out, like field strip it, and like get the firing pin. Like she's not leaving anything to chance, but she doesn't want the citizen special.
Okay.
But how do we know it's you?
She's going to glare at him.
Dr. Calworth turns around and says, hey Maria, you want some Obscura?
She's going to look over at him and like glare at him, and she's going to like take the perforator from Barack and load it.
No, you don't want any of this fine Obscura here?
You and me both know you don't have any, so stop even trying.
Gosh, it's her. the doctor says.
Yeah.
He's like, it's just stim.
You got some crack?
You want some crack?
He says, all right, well, let's take a moment and take stock of what we have here and who we're missing still. Yes, we're missing the detective. We're missing everyone who lives in this house, except for Havelock and Mittens, except for the cook. She's dead and gone. I saw her get slurped into space of nothingness.
Wait, she's gone?
Gone. The body gone.
It kind of floated up and disappeared.
Wait a minute. How did you know she was dead?
That's not important. She's floated up into nothingness, and she's going to whirl around, look at Beetlejuice, and be like, "What did you do?"
Oh.
I mean, it's a little bit important. How did you know she was dead?
What did you do? You told me you couldn't teleport things, and now you're teleporting things.
Ooh, that's a fail.
Oh, I thought you were trying to scrutiny me.
No.
I
I
thought you were gonna be like, "Tell us, you son of a bitch."
It's,
why did you roll that?
It's part of my it's part of my thing on my sanctioning process. It
Oh,
stops me from saying something.
Oh, it's the ward on your tongue. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, is he about to speak?
Unfortunately, I'm not the one that's responsible for this. This seems to be a little bit more happening before I got here, but it seems that we have been under the anomaly of an entity from the what?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh,
Where
Maria,
did you see it last?
Don't be an asshole.
There's a little like smoke rising from his mouth as he says that.
I'm sorry. Wait. She's going to look at him for a glow stick?
He doesn't have a glow stick lit. Beetlejuice, if you don't mind showing me your tongue.
I could explain it myself, but sure. And Beetlejuice shows like the tattoo on it.
Yeah.
He's got a hexagrammatical ward on his tongue. He can't speak the names of the ruinous powers or anything of that nature. So his stuttering is not his fault, you complete and total asshole, Maria Luminet.
With you later, Doc. Where
Beetlejuice is gonna like stomp his like staff on the ground. There is a thing from the war picking people in this house one by one. There's somebody at the kitchen that's about to be killed if he's not killed already. We need to hunt this down, or else we're gonna be picked one by one, eaten, devoured by a tongue from the veil that separates the world. We have no time for this.
Get your head out of your ass, child. We are in grave and mortal danger.
I'm quite aware of that. What I'm trying to figure out is where this thing was, and he just said it's downstairs. So I propose we all move downstairs, perhaps, or try to gather up other living people.
Well, that's what I was...
Make a couple of notes.
That's what I was, proposing before you interrupted me. We need to take stock of what we have, who we're missing, and what to do next. Rushing into whatever it is that that is down there is not going to help anyone. So, what do we have? I've got a citizen special, and some of my accoutrement. Let's see, picked recorder, pack of glow sticks, my mask, medical scanner. That's about it, other than my chrono and my data slate and my quill. So if we get separated, I could write something out on a piece of paper and whatnot and provide that. So, anyone got anything else? I don't have a whole lot of ammo.
I have my last pistol on a data slate.
Oh, great. Okay. Any other... We're not the combat team, it seems.
It's...
For yourself.
Right, well, we have the one. You want to be in front when shit goes down, miss?
Doctor?
I'm sorry, this is stressful.
No, Doctor. I was called here to be the adjutant of the Lord Militant for a reason. I do have the powers to defeat this thing.
Oh, God.
I, however, need permission from any of you to do so.
Oh,
the
yes,
one with the most
whatever
authority.
You need to do. However,
are you sure about this?
Super confident he is. Okay.
If I have any sort of problems, I'm pretty sure I can take care of you, Beetlejuice. That's beside the point. You two, and she'll point at Gabriel and Dr. Lupus, make up several notes about trying to get people to walk through doors. We'll see what we can do. You said you detected an entity in the kitchen?
Yeah.
The other thing I'll note is the dogs. They've been consistent throughout all of our passages. Either that means that they're considered objects enough to be exempt from whatever the entity's doing, or they are not dogs.
Unlikely.
Hmm.
Mittens disappeared as well.
Right. So then they're not dogs.
Or they are considered part of the house.
Also, yes.
Because the furniture doesn't change around too much. So if they're part of the house, perhaps they don't. I'm just providing another angle here before we put a dog down. Just saying.
Now, cyber mastiffs don't count. As far as I'm concerned, they can all burn. In the meantime, continue to do whatever it is you do, and we'll figure out where one of the next potential victims is.
I'm just gonna let you know, Maria, and everybody here. If we find
do
it,
what you need to do, and we'll worry
yes,
about when
I understand
we find it later.
But when we identify it, you will want to stay away. There's a blast radius on my powers.
Figure out where the next victim is. In the meantime, all you have is a las pistol, Barack.
Yes, on me. That's all I have.
This is Lord Caster's house. Surely he has something here.
There were weapon parts in the study.
She's going to look through the wardrobe for anything.
Roll a search.
For the sake of speeding this up, because I'm worried, I'm just gonna help them.
Okay.
So,
while they're doing that, you can go ahead and roll it with help. Lupus is going to kind of lean over and whisper at Gabriel, I kind of hate it when the detective's not around.
I'm going to re-roll the search.
Did you...
I kind of just don't pay attention to anything you all say.
With the help, that would pass. You were supposed to roll it with Beetlejuice's help.
Oh, okay. Beetlejuice was supposed to be using his Psyniscience.
Well, he said that he was going to come over and help you first. Pays to pay attention. So, with that passes. It's just clothes in here as far as you can see. Some of it's from different climes, but mainly just clothes. Some boots.
Alright, then she's going to get ready. Are we all ready to go then?
Yeah, sure.
yes.
She's going to open the door.
Okay.
We explained to Maria the rules about the doors, right?
I think we did. Whether or not she
Yes.
actually fucking listened to us is a different matter. Doctor comes
The
around.
moment we open another door, the first door slams. So do not
I am
open that door,
well
or else we're gonna
aware
lose
as
Barack
to
and
what
Gabriel.
happens when the doors open and close.
Okay. Gabriel,
Closes on
Barack, are
on
you
purpose, it
just-
opens
Yes,
for Barack.
I'm coming.
okay?
And
Gabriel, are you considering just leaving them all behind and letting them close the door on you?
Deeply.
All right.
whenever I can DM, I'm gonna start this instance.
Sure. Go ahead.
And at this point, how long has passed?
Do you have a chrono?
Ever since I got injured.
You have a chrono?
I do.
No, I got a data slate though.
You check your data slate. It's not giving you a time. It's like giving you letters instead of numbers.
Oh, okay, hold up. For the sake of removing fatigue, if I want to know if an hour has passed so I can remove that.
Oh, you haven't been resting.
Fair enough. Well, whenever I can do senescence, I would like to do so, please.
Sure.
-10, let's go, boys! Dang it.
Oof.
Well, I'm gonna keep walking with them to the kitchen, and whenever I can do it again, I'll do so.
Okay.
Rather, when we get downstairs, I'm not headed to the kitchen first. I'm going to confirm with Gabriel. You said there was weapon parts in the study?
There's a tinkering room in the study, so yes, I didn't look too deeply into if anything was usable.
It's worth a try, considering that amongst all of us we have a child's play toy, a flashlight, a crazed man with a fire tongue, and a gun.
Well, let's proceed then.
You open the door?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I assumed that, like,
We
as
made
were
it downstairs,
Yes.
and we were getting ready to go to the studies where he thought we were at.
Yeah.
Alright, so, no, you're right here, is where you are. So you open that door. You gonna go ahead and step through?
Yep.
Yep.
Alright. Maria, go ahead and roll me a fear test.
Thanks. Satan. It's all I ever wanted.
Ooh.
That's getting a
That's worth the last reroll.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So you
Apparently.
pass by the skin of your nose. You feel something wet and long and barbed come up your arms and yank you into the space there. You guys see her kind of lurch forward about a meter. You're struggling with this invisible thing. You hear it say, "I told you you'd be last." Maria, you're the only one that hears that. None of you else hear that.
Do we see the abnormal movement, though?
Yeah, you see the abnormal movement.
All right. Gabriel's going to do something based on Maria's reaction.
I'm going to go ahead and try and see if I can pull her back.
Okay.
Move it forward a little.
All right. You can't reach her from there.
Yeah.
I am going to wait. I'm going to put a hand on Barak so he doesn't step through the door. I'm going to not stepping through the door. I'm gonna give her my staff so she can like has something to grab on, and we can like pull her back into the room.
Give me a strength test.
Ooh,
I would like
Barak,
to help.
please help me. Yeah, thanks.
Because that was my goal, was trying to get her back in here. So if I see him doing that, I'll help him.
Do I get help, DM?
Yeah.
No, thank you. It's 30, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. So you feel something grab the staff and sort of pull it sidelong more towards Gabriel as you're trying to get it in there around towards the commissar. Goes sideways, kind of like bounces off Gabriel, and then you pull it away from whatever presence is there.
Do I feel the slithering presence when it comes into contact with me?
No, you just feel the staff kind of bonk your torso a little bit.
Could I try and grab onto it to help as well?
Well, if you grab it, you're kind of helping them take the staff back.
Okay. In which case, then I'll just leave. I will help to help them take it back.
Okay, so the three of you acquire the staff back. Commissar Maria, while this is happening, these slimy, snaky things are coiling up your arms and starting to coil around your legs and around your torso and neck. What are you doing?
Well, it had definitely said that it's saving me for last,
Mm-hmm.
right?
That's what it said.
I'm gonna like... Hang on a second. She's gonna like try to like brush them off. She can feel them on her arms, so she's gonna like try to like shuffle them off. She's not really sure what the hell they're doing with the staff. Like,
Yeah,
are you trying to fucking poke me?
from your perspective, it doesn't look like they're being effective at all.
Right, so it's kind of like, I don't fucking get it. And so she's gonna, like, take a couple of steps towards the stair
Mhm.
and, like, try to keep shuffling them off.
Okay.
And then,
Unfortunately, you can't walk away from the creature because it has you grappled.
okay. In which case,
So you're kind of still here, so you'd have to make a strength test to pull away from it.
she's going to, like, whisper. Well, I guess she'll say it. She'll be like, if you're saving me for last, then why aren't you going after anyone else?
And it attacks you.
That was shot.
Alright, so 28 will hit.
My AC's actually a 29.
Well, too bad there's no such thing as AC here. You take 9 wounds. 10-2.
Let's see.
This is a
So
demonic weapon.
that ignores my toughness too, right?
It ignores. Oh, hold on. Let me just be specific.
That would be a warp weapon. Demonic weapons don't innately do that.
No, they don't. But they do ignore something. Hold on. Where is the utility for me?
Where is a demonic weapon? I know warp weapons.
It's a trait.
But...
So, hold on. I thought I had it somewhere. It's not among the utilities? I guess not.
It does nothing, guys.
Alright, well, I know around what page it is.
Shit. Let's see here. Demonic creatures. Now that's double their toughness bonus. That's not.
Creatures with this trait have weapons that are partially substantial. So I attached it onto the weapon trait. Hold on. Oh, because it doesn't count as primitive. That's why I put it there. Yeah, it's just because I don't want to. I'm not having it count as primitive. So it's just you can't double your armor points against it.
Okay.
What kind of armor do you have on zone 62?
4. 4 at all sides.
Okay. So let's see.
It said 9, 2, so 2.
Yeah.
3, so I took 4 wounds on top of.
Yeah, pen 2 though.
Okay.
So
4.
yeah.
2 armor.
And
3
then
toughness.
3 toughness, so 5. So 4 total damage, yes. So you take 4 total damage from
Okay.
it seems like something like pierces through your torso, and there's like a small hole around where the lower part of your rib cage is that just pushes out through your armor, and it just continues to laugh at you, and then it lets you go. You just feel it kind of toss you at the wall there. You go ahead and give me an agility test. Catch yourself. Alright, so you kind of slam into the wall a little bit. Yeah, you'll soak that. You feel a little bit of a ringing sensation as you kind of slam into the wall after it kind of just thrusts you off of it. And you're free at the moment.
I'll say to Beetlejuice, can you see it?
Peter's just gonna go here to get a better view, and he's gonna finish again.
Before you do that, because what Gabriel's going to say is, if you can see it, I don't know if this will work, but try injecting it with this and hand you his injector.
Okay, I'm gonna grab it. Senescience, please, come on. Yes. Oh, what?
Oh no.
False positive.
Yeah. You're close enough to push is what it is.
Yeah.
So no, you can't sense it. It's clouding.
I can't sense it.
It's clouding your awareness.
We see the blood.
Yeah. That's your blood.
No. It's like it stabbed me with something.
Oh, you're talking about the blood you drew on the walls?
No. It stabbed me with something.
Yeah, you don't see the blood that would have been on the weapon. So it's just
Okay.
there's just air there as far as you can.
Marie's gonna like cough up blood and like look around with her rifle at the ready. And she's gonna be like, she's just gonna like basically go numb for a little while, trying to look around and find it.
Okay. Perception test?
Sight based?
Yeah, you're looking around.
Guys, I don't see anything.
Please, Maria, open your eyes, look out to the sky and see.
Oh no, her table! It's broken.
It's broken.
You just see your companions.
Okay, I mean, she's just like panicked looking around, and then
Is it still there?
she's gonna like, I mean, she's like shut out all of their noise.
Okay.
To clarify, are we in some kind of initiative, or can we take actions as we think of them?
You're not in initiative. You can take actions as you think of them. There seems to be a standoff happening at the moment.
In which case, Gabriel will take the injector back and try and
I can clear the
look
room.
for disturbances in the furniture or the carpeting or anything to see if he can see where it might be.
Okay. Go ahead.
And while he's doing that, I would like to start invocation.
Okay, go ahead. And go ahead and make a perception test. You're looking, so sight.
Lovely.
Dang it.
There. Oh. Nope.
Oh.
No. False positive.
hmm
I don't like that update.
I know. I don't like it either.
Don't.
But basically, I am going to keep doing it either until something changes or the next time I have a chance to do it, I will do it again.
Okay.
Would me and Gabriel help each other in this case?
I mean, not specifically because this is something that relies on your individual senses.
Gotcha.
Like if
He's going to like, okay.
Like if
I
you
got
guys were both looking through like a telescope or through something to try to find something, that'd be different. But because you're from different angles, yeah, it's just that's a bridge too far.
After she's like calmed down for a minute, she's going to like quietly whisper, very like angrily, "We need to move now."
Brock, you doing anything?
So I was AFK for a minute. So she's currently grappled by this creature, correct?
No, she's been thrown into the wall. And something had poked a hole in her. She's still alive, but she's a little messed up.
Alright, I will cautiously take a step out with my pistol still drawn.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a willpower test as well.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
Hey!
It's Rayton, Raggy.
Okay. As you go ahead and step into the space, you feel that same wading through a river of black snake-like things, but then you kind of get the feeling after listening to the conversation with Gabriel and such, that they're not leeches or anything. They're tongues of some kind of creature. There's
that's bad.
just thousands of them. You're wading through this, and you shrug it off. You feel this malefic presence. Deladouche, I know it's your bedtime.
She's fucking scared.
Yeah.
She can feel the warp.
Yeah. This malefic presence that is in this space with you that you've bravely jumped into, knowing it is there, you shrug it off, and it is angry at that.
I want to do something.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
Well,
I'm going to.
Wait. Let me finish.
Okay. Sorry.
No, you, Della.
She can't hear you. Okay. Barack, you feel something kind of skate by your clothing. It rips part of your clothing on your shoulder, but it doesn't score your skin. You get away from the creature before it hurts you to the other side. Deladou, please.
As I'm escaping, can I shoot it where I felt it was trying to tear my clothing?
Absolutely.
So as I'm leaving, I'm gonna shoot it where it was. I guess I need to do a ballistic skill.
Yeah.
It's raining, Raggy.
Any bonuses, negatives?
I mean, you would consider it point blank range, so yeah.
So that's 30.
Mm-hmm. Okay, the whip crack of your pistol goes off. It splashes against the wooden wall behind the creature, wherever you think the creature is. It's that way, or for the audience, that way.
Do I see him shoot? Does anything like...
Yeah, you saw him shoot.
I see him shoot. Does the light refract in any sort of way that I can determine something's there?
No. It just goes straight through the air as if there is nothing at all there. As this shot goes off, the creature presence, yes, Deladou, the presence just laughs. Keep firing, you'll hit me eventually.
Do I mean, we hear that. Can I determine where...
Do we all hear that, or just him?
Just Barack hears that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since I heard it, if I can, I'm gonna take another shot at where I thought I heard the voice.
Yeah, sure, go ahead. While you're rolling that, I believe you wanted to use a power, and you wanted to do something as well, Gabriel.
Yes. I'll wait for the power, though.
Okay.
I believe. Well, unfortunately, by what I've seen, it would have deterred me from using that power, especially with where the people are standing now.
Okay. You fire your last pistol again. The laser just cuts through the air where you think the voice is coming from, and it just goes through the air as if there's nothing there.
Oh shit.
Barack, Maria, get to the corner. As Beetlejuice points to here.
Gabriel's going to... The hand without the injector in it stick out sort of into the space where he saw Barack feel that thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess sort of move forward until he feels some kind of sensation.
Okay. You will feel a sensation as soon as you step forward into this space.
Okay.
So go ahead and give me the willpower test.
Cool. Thank you, Sandstone.
All right. You also feel like you're wading in this river of tongues.
So
you get this image of a blasted hellscape. You see more clearly these things from the drug you've taken, and
right.
There's this shore on either side of this river of just tongues that are wriggling and writhing around you. You're about waist deep, and along the shore, this blasted land, blackened, scorched, are these twisted trees that go up and up and up. And on these trees are words carved in High Gothic. You can read High Gothic, yes?
Yes.
It say, the Imperium will last forever. Says also, mankind is a strong and powerful force. It says things like, you know, something personal for you, Gabriel. It says on one of the trees, your mother and father are very proud of you. They loved you very much.
Well, yeah, fair. I want to, I guess, if I, in that moment that I can see all this, is there any, I want to see the biggest, juiciest looking tongue possible.
Okay.
And try and grab it and stab it with my injector.
Okay, you reach down into the river in this moment that you're having to try to grab one of these tongues with your hand. Go ahead and give me an agility test.
Nope.
Nope. You pick one up and it wiggles out of your hand. You hear laughter. And as this happens, you stumble out of the space. You feel as if something nearly cut you in twain. And you are pushed out of the space.
And I assume the vision of the landscape fades.
Yes, it's gone now.
Okay. I need... Where would those trees have been? Would they have been sort of like not mappable to a region that's like visible here?
Right. This is... Give me a... I gotta look at your knowledges now. There you are. Give me an intelligence test.
Okay.
Deladu is cheering you on.
Nope.
Well, obviously when you were in that space, you were somewhere else. And there's no analogy here for that, because you're in a house, and that was clearly somewhere else.
Right. Okay. I think if it nothing changes, Gabriel will try again. Mostly just reaching the injector in and trying to stab something.
Okay. Beetlejuice, are you trying anything?
I'm gonna shoot the area.
All right. The doctor is going to try to pass through. All right.
Ooh. Ooh, did the doctor manage to do so?
Yeah, he walked through it. So your shot goes through. You fire your gun, passes straight through the space as if there's nothing there at all.
Dang. Well, if I'm able to do anything else, I'd like to take the same path the doctor took.
Okay. He's trying to, like, get away from this creature.
Mm-hmm.
So, your move, buddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna move and perpendicular here if I can.
All right. You still need to make a willpower test because you passed through its space.
Fair enough.
Through the anomaly.
Yeah, move.
Ooh.
Okay. You also see this landscape as you pass through this space. You get the give me a let me see what you got. See what you got. Give me a Forbidden Lore warp.
Gotcha. Forbidden Lore Warp, let's go. Nope.
No.
Mhm.
So yeah, you see this hellscape, and on it are, as I described to Gabriel already, but you hear whispers coming from the tongues that you're wading through. This, however, before you can make sense of anything, you are disrupted by pain as one of the tongues leaps up and lashes you across the chest. You stagger back out of the space a little further. Go ahead and you may take a dodge if you would like.
Mm-hmm. Dodge, dodge, dodge. Nope.
Nope. All right, so it hits you. Let's see. That's 7 and that'll be 4. So you take 7 points of rending damage as that tongue leapt at you, as well as you. Stop! You feel this this slash that it leaves in you. Some kind of toxin seeps in, and you take 4 points of toxic damage.
Okay, so 4 on top of 7?
No, you have to resolve those differently because they're different damage types. So the toxin bypasses the armor completely, and you can only resolve that against your toughness. Mm-hmm. The rending, you can count your armor against it.
Okay, so I'm taking 3 damage. 2 from the rending, 1 from the toxin.
Okay.
Oh boy. Okay. Where's my damage at?
You're toxic.
Dun, dun, da, 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 da. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so Beetlejuice is gonna move here. Say, from his eyes, he's gonna start like sparking electricity. He's gonna start like focusing on something on his hand, and he's gonna very commanding say, "Everyone behind me! I'm gonna destroy it."
All right, Gabriel's gonna run behind him, swap out the other drug he had in there, and put in the second dose of sandstone and jam it into Beetlejuice's thigh to give you sandstone.
Okay, I'm gonna have them both move. Since I think Baraka's... Oh, you're back, Thibaut. Okay. I think Baraka's AFK still, though. Okay. So yeah, a lot of stuff was happening as you were recovering, Maria. Go ahead and use your power if you'd like. Beetlejuice.
You invoke, you have plus 30.
You know, I'm not gonna invoke just by the sheer chance that it might like see this and try to run away.
Okay.
Beetlejuice is going to start like channeling his power, and let's see what happens. It's gonna be this one. That's modifier. How much was it? Whoa, that was a bad roll. Nothing happens.
Okay. So what was your power and what was your threshold?
16.
Okay, what was the power you're trying to cast?
Firestorm.
Okay. So as you were trying to cast this spell, you don't build up enough warp energy, and as you're trying to pull in the warp energy to use this psychic power, you feel a lot of it leave the area and just get sucked in towards that space. Whatever this entity is, it is devouring or in charge of perhaps most of the Imperium here. You can't build up enough power because in this moment, because it's taking up so much of it. Perhaps you're in too close proximity. Perhaps you just couldn't muscle through it, quote unquote, in the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And that is a narrative explanation for why your power roll was shy.
Okay. Well, fair enough. If nothing happens, Peter's just gonna step back and try again.
Okay.
I'm gonna reload the other drug and say, if it keeps not working, I have an alternate plan.
Mm-hmm. Peter just gonna just give a knock on his head, work. Release the limiter. Come on, baby. Okay, that's a little bit better.
Let's see, 18.
That's a lot better, buddy.
Hold on a second. Okay, so you get your powers going. You get the spell focused, and as you're going to finally release the energy, you feel it get ripped right out of your hands. It is denied the witch.
Ooh, son of a bitch!
You feel your ability to use the powers leave you entirely in this moment. And when that happens, Beetlejuice, all you hear is laughter. And it then says, "You're a great sorcerer. Keep trying. You can do it. Bow to Zinch, and the power will be yours. Or not."
Oh, God. God, Emperor, deliver my soul to righteousness. I'm gonna try again.
Okay.
It's denying my power.
Try the
Vito just popping a vein on his face.
Calworth has failed his cohesion test, and he's running for the stairs.
I have a question. Oh, is So I see Calworth running, correct?
Yeah, he's getting the fuck out of here.
Provided I see him move further than here.
Oh yeah, he's gonna go. He's straight up heading for the stairs.
I'm shooting his knee.
With what?
Dude, whoa.
He's fleeing, right in the way of the power.
Oh my God.
And Beetlejuice is not going to hurt anyone in front of us, correct? Beetlejuice is very adamant about not hurting people around us.
I mean, if you're gonna do it, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and fire.
I'm trying to make sure that that is correct. I am interpreting Beetlejuice correct.
I'm gonna try again. If I saw Dr. Kai, I would deny the power myself.
Okay, if I see Calworth step out, then I am shooting him in the kneecap.
Okay.
It's happening, and I will put. God, I don't want to kill him, but
You could shoot in front of him.
Half action aim, half action shot, and then close range.
It's a called shot too.
Right, but I have Deadeye shot, so that's only a -10. So I'm trying to do the. So basically, if he steps, it's more so. If he goes so he's running from here to here. I'm going to shoot him by the time he gets here.
His half move is
3. Okay.
Yeah, so he's gonna be there. So.
Okay, so that'll be. I'm trying to think. So that's still point blank.
It's
trying to run through all this.
I mean, in Euclidean, it's just shy.
Okay, so then. Okay, let me.
So it's still short range, but it's not point blank.
So 2. I did a half aim.
Mm-hmm.
So short. Stand fire. And -10. Be called. Who?
Alright, that hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Oh, Jesus.
He's not trying to dodge because he's terrified and he's trying to run for the only way out he knows.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. That sucks for us, though.
Is that gonna stop his movement, or is he just there?
Alright, so 9, pen 2 in the leg. Okay. He doesn't.
You ran away from the commissar.
There's no.
Coward might be a cripple.
He doesn't have any armor on the leg, so it goes right through his knee, blows it out completely. Yeah, it's bad.
And with that, she's going to shout to keep using the power. Like, Beetlejuice, keep using the power, and she's going to make sure that Cowworth does not. She's not going to kill him, but she's also going to be like, Cowworth, stay down.
He's
he's too close now.
He's reconsidering his life choices. He's gonna try to crawl away.
Beetlejuice is gonna get the power going as soon as he gets to here.
Cowworth looks even more terrified.
And I'm gonna invocate myself.
Okay, as you're doing so. Okay.
Plus 30 to invoke.
Thank you.
Nice.
Wouldn't that be oh shit, that's a crit.
That's an invoke. It's just an invoke. There's no critting with an invoke.
True. Well,
but it is a 1, so yay!
Can you I know you have like this high amount of like insanity to give out. Can you, in this moment of inspiration, like reduce that number by 1 for me?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So, how many does he? Okay, yeah. Go ahead and do your power.
Oh my god, did he die?
Yeah, he's dead. I'm gonna narrate in a second here, but he's dead.
Okay. Beetlejuice is going to step back since like he felt a little bit like maybe it was the distance. Beetlejuice like overtaking with like his own powers. He's like stepping back hits against the wall. He's gonna try it again. Ooh, baby.
don't roll a 1 on this.
Come on.
Come on.
18. No.
Okay. Your power will go off because it's busy slaughtering Dr. Cowworth. He tried to crawl away, and the entity must have moved towards you all. And you guys just see him get ripped to shreds. His arms, his legs, it's like just shredded completely. He's all over the place.
Can I put shots into it?
Yeah, you can shoot.
Okay. If I see that, then I am definitely full autoing into it.
Okay.
I don't know what else to do.
I don't believe the perforator can full auto.
It does have semi-auto though, so just change that to a semi-auto.
Brock, a lot of things have happened.
Yeah, I've noticed.
Yeah. Sorry you had to go, and now you're coming back. But Dr. Cowworth is dead because he got really scared and he tried to get away. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been here since Maria's like, I'm gonna shoot him in the knee.
Okay. So yeah, is there anything you'd like to do? And Gabriel, anything you'd like to do? The firestorm, of course, spreads flames in this area. You guys are more or less trapped in the...
It's,
Is it a line?
Just
How
those points,
you cut out.
but they should be... Is it better now?
Give me a range.
Yeah, it's 6 meters. So this is the point I choose.
So it ends right before us.
Mm-hmm.
And is it just a line, like a 1 meter line?
No, it's like fireball. It's from that point, like 6 meters from that point. It's up to you if it like goes around corners.
So it's more like this?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay.
The air is just like a Beetlejuice for the first time. Instead of like electricity, it's going like an electric stove. Like the electricity is gonna like go like, and he's just gonna come fire out of Beetlejuice's eyes and hands, and he's gonna like light the fire at the end of that hallway.
Okay. Yeah, so that whole end of the room is on fire. Yeah, Del Dude, that's not great. You hear a roaring sound, and it gets distant. So you must have hit it, or heard it somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have this fire to contend with.
Gabriel's gonna.
Beetlejuice is going. Oh, you go first.
Gabriel's fucking sprinting. He's getting. He's gonna run up here, say, "Can I trust you not to shoot me in the fucking knee as we get out of here?"
Gabriel, I can put it out.
Okay.
And Beetlejuice is going to go and cast another power. Whoop. With the 18 and no 7 and no 9s, Beetlejuice cast Douse Flames, which, as per the effect, says that with my potent mind, I deny the natural tendency to flames to run under control. It allows me to instantly extinguish all fires within range, as well as interfere with fire-based weapons such as flamers. And unless it is chemically flammable fire, like Prometheum, it doesn't go back up. And my range is 25 meters.
Okay. 20. Yeah, that'll take care of that. 3 by 6.
And Beetlejuice is like still on, like his face on fire. Not quite like a Ghost Rider, but like it's a little bit like a little bit cool. He's just gonna concentrate the fire on his staff, and he's gonna do like a Gandalf the White, like staff pound, and the fire's just gonna go out like this.
So yeah, it's the fire just gets snuffed immediately. Dr. Calwer's body, what's left of it, is a charred husk.
Yeah.
And that's why I asked to keep the distance.
Maria's gonna like check over her stuff.
Okay.
Check the other 3.
Time for insanity points, because this was
boy.
not great for everybody. Everybody
We
take.
get to roll willpower against them? Because I'm on. I mean, just specifically because I'm on Sandstone, and so is Beetlejuice.
You guys can roll willpower to reduce, but the other 2 of you do not.
Do I get a further reduce because I passed the initial willpower when I stepped into the area?
No.
Mark?
No.
Thank you.
Okay. So from encountering the entity, each of you take 4 points. The additional gets reduced for Gabriel and Beetlejuice by 5. Gabriel, I need you to succeed that Sandstone willpower though, to get the next reduction.
As in, sorry.
Okay, let me back up so we all are on the same page again. 4.
Yeah.
Everybody gets 4 from the encounter.
Yes.
That's without resistances. You can't resist that because that's just coming in contact with the entity.
Yeah.
Okay. So Gabriel, I need you to roll that willpower for the Sandstone now, so you could reduce.
I did. It's the one.
Oh,
above.
it's the one above it. Okay. 10. Yeah. Okay. I see that. Sorry. Okay. So Beetlejuice and Gabriel, you both take 5 additional, so that's 9 total. Maria and Barack take 10 additional. That's 14 total from this encounter.
I have 2 traumas.
I have to roll trauma too.
I think we've all taken a minimum of 10.
Yeah.
I'm at 16.
Yeah.
Plus 10 on each of the trauma rolls, by the way, for everyone past 10.
We might get disabled here. Woof.
The mental trauma table is available for you in the player utility folder in the journal.
Let's see.
So you roll a 1d100 and add plus 10 for every degree of failure.
What is it against our willpower?
I believe so.
I don't see it. I see Phenomena, Perils, Multi-Hit, Minor, and Major.
It should be under Malignancies, but above Perils.
I don't see it.
It is right above Perils.
No, I only see Psychic Phenomena above Perils.
4 degrees of success for the first one.
Above in the other direction, next to Perils.
I only see a line.
Okay, so... So 74... Oh, those are the same result, both of them.
I must compulsively perform an action such as fevered prairie, frantically cleaning a weapon, reciting a verse. So, all tests based on intelligence, fellowship, or perception suffer a -10 penalty. This lasts for 3d10 hours.
Are you rolling on shock?
I'm rolling on mental traumas.
Okay.
Table
Yeah.
86.
Right, and you rolled 74 and a 83.
Oh, sorry, I read the wrong one. Oops. Character is constantly fearful, seeing danger everywhere, and extremely jumpy. I gain a +10 perception on all, or I gain +10 to perception-based tests, and a -10 to willpower for the next 1d5 days.
So roll
So,
a
I'll
d5.
Twice.
And just roll, yeah, roll the 2d5 since it's the same effect.
Hey guys, I critically succeeded.
Yeah, so for the next week, basically, you're paranoid. But what is time here? So...
We're in hell, Bob.
So for Beetlejuice and I, it's just a straight 1d100.
Yeah.
Okay.
+10 if you're over 10 insanity.
Yeah, it's +10 if you're over...
Right.
Yeah.
But notice how there's like a table here, like the trauma modifier. As I understood it, like you get 10, and then like
Yes.
you would roll normally, and then when you got the next one, you would have +10. Wouldn't that how it works?
No, at 10 insanity points,
Okay.
you develop your first trauma, and because you have 10 insanity points, it's a +10 to the trauma.
Okay. Okay, gonna make my trauma test, which is a willpower.
So you just do it like a straight willpower, and then you'll roll.
Oh, so we do another willpower first.
Yes.
Okay.
Your
Mhm.
other willpower. So I believe you avoid the trauma because you succeeded, Tao.
Mm.
And then Tom fails by 1.6 degrees, so he will add.
And I avoid the trauma as well. Okay, lovely.
So you, Tom, will roll a 1d100 and add 20.
That's
to
20,
the result.
yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking insanity is a goddamn chore.
You guys wanted to add it to the camp, have it more in the forefront of the campaign this time around.
Uh-huh.
All right, so this.
CJ, I'm gonna let me have my own single and only Tao bitching moment. You did it too much. Yeah. Okay, now back to normal.
Hmm.
A 70. Oh, this is the one.
This is the one that you were
boy,
reading.
Right on the dot.
You have to compulsively perform an action. I guess you get to determine the action, or CJ does? It's very open-ended. However, all tests that are based on intelligence, fellowship, or perception suffer a -10, and this lasts for 3d10 hours.
Yeah, go ahead and roll the 3d10 hours, Tom. Tao, your bitching is noted, and I
Thank you.
I feast upon
It
your
was more of a
I feast upon your tears, and they empower me.
Did they taste good?
They do. Okay. So for the next 16 hours, but what is time? You are compulsively. Let's.
Citing the infantryman's primer. Oh, come on!
Um,
Come on!
you feel unclean, and you are going to compulsively try to wash yourself, your hands, your body, whatever you can wash. That business of wading through those tongues has finally sunk in, and you feel filthy to the point that you cannot stand it anymore.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking nasty ass. Take a shower.
I'm trying.
So now that
The sins.
this combat has ended, not really a combat, more of an encounter, really. Loose encounter. Dr. Callworth is dead in front of the four of you.
Oh my god, I'm sweating.
Hey CJ, for this is more so for a game note.
Mm-hmm.
I did mess up on Dr. Callworth. I may have killed him outright with damage. I don't know how much hit points he took. However, he would have taken an extra D10 of damage because I forgot about accurate. I took a half-action aim, so I would add plus 10, so that would put me at a 2 degrees of success. So it would have dealt 2 extra damage?
No, that wouldn't have killed him.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure for game mechanics, you know.
No, he got the full benefits of character hit points, so he went below critical damage. So he had 13 wounds. You took 11 of them because he didn't have armor on his legs, and then the entity took the rest.
Wow, that sucks. Jeez, I wonder who shot him in the knee.
We all
Gee, I
saw
wonder
that.
who.
Hands perforated with a rock?
It-
How dare you?
It's like it was the perfect like commissar meme. I thought, haha, he ran away from the commissar. He's gonna get shot, and then you declare the action. I was like, oh no.
Okay, I gotta pause for an out of character thing.
Mm-hmm.
The action was expressly taken, not because he was running away. It was expressly taken because Beetlejuice would have stopped the power had Maria not have done that, because Dr. Callworth would have been in the way while the power tried to finish. And I stand by that decision. Okay,
No, that's fair.
that's it. That's all.
But
I
it
had.
seems like you shot him while he was midway through, so at the end it didn't matter. Rip.
Yeah.
Not as you could. Not saying that
The
you could have
demon,
the foresight.
out
It's
of
just so sad
character-
that it happened.
Out of character, the demon may have tried to like grab him and do a little feely up, and we're not in Law and Order SVU. We're in Law and Order
Dun, dun.
Spooky Scary.
Law and Order Spooky Scary. Spooky
Yeah.
Scary Unit.
Directed by CJ Dick.
Mm-hmm.
CJ, what now?
Dick Wolf. He's the guy who writes all the Law and Order.
That's true.
Oh
Dick
yeah,
Wolf,
that's
yeah.
his name.
Thought you said something else.
His name was Wolf Dick.
All right.
No, that's what.
Moving on.
Okay,
Yes,
Marie's
please.
gonna like look over her weapon. She's gonna be a little bit like more on edge. She's gonna look at everyone, try to make sure everybody's okay.
Who's injured, actually? Beetlejuice is injured, and I'm going to do
I'm
first aid.
decently-
Are you
not
lightly
heavily.
or...
Lightly.
Okay, so...
I only took the total of like 5 or... yeah, I took only 5 damage, I think. Which is not double my toughness.
Yeah, you took 5 damage.
Marie's
Okay,
gonna like
cool.
look at Beetlejuice and be like, "I'm noting that for later."
You heal 6 wounds from first
Thank
aid.
you very
Beetlejuice.
much. CJ, please, after we meet the thing one time, do not have us have that insanity again. I'm gonna die. Wait, no, hold up, that's bitching. I'm sorry. Retcon that frame of mind.
Crying.
I'm a brave boy.
Crying.
I'm a brave boy.
Crying is a free action. You're allowed to cry. Okay.
Okay,
But you did.
Maria's going to.
You did sign
I'm a
up for
brave
this. You did.
I'm a brave boy. Yes, yes.
You signed up.
brave boy.
Maria's
Let's
going to
go.
look around, and she's gonna see like Barack like rubbing his skin, and she's gonna be like, "Are you okay?"
No, I'm not okay, but we gotta move on.
Yeah, snap out of it. All right,
CJ,
where's
that's the time where like
I'm assuming Calworth's body is shredded and singed, and there's nothing useful I can pull off his person.
Oh, you could try.
I will try.
I mean, he kind of looks like the stuff at the bottom of a, barbecue pit.
Go ahead and give search.
All right, listen, Beetlejuice. Are there any other survivors?
3.6 success.
Okay.
their life signatures all around the house.
The things that weren't destroyed are his citizen special. Everything else is burned to a crisp.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Guns are useless, so fuck that.
It's at this point where Beetlejuice is going to try again. Like, I need to think about something. If I know any way from my teachings how to stop this besides just attacking it. Is there any kind of knowledge that I can summon?
You don't have
Actually,
the knowledge
boy.
currently that would allow you to delve deeply into something like this.
I don't even have the rank to get that.
You're aware that it is some kind of entity from the warp, perhaps, or perhaps it is the house itself, or something is going on here, but you don't know anything about demons or spirits from the Imperium, so it's hard for you to say anything about it other than the fact that they exist.
Yeah, and for now, the only thing I know about this thing is that I can manage to hurt it a little.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Beetlejuice is just like doing a little like old man walk, as not really old man, he's like leaning against like his staff a little bit before getting his composure back. His temples next to his eyes are like a little bit singed, but it doesn't look there's any burns there. He's gonna try another Sinisians to see where others are again, or where the thing is. Oh, by the way, Lee, did anything that you injected me remove fatigue somehow? I don't know the effects of sandpaper.
Sandstone? No.
Yep. Sandpaper. Low. Sandpaper, you just lynched me.
Oh my god.
Nope, I don't feel anything. It's too stressful. The dice gods are not with me, CJ.
No, it doesn't appear so.
Okay. I'm heading back down to the study.
You all... wait. If all of us walk in the room together, the other people will appear, right? We don't...
It depends on... so far, the only thing we found is that when two people in separate versions of the house walk through the same door at the same time, they appear together. Which, without the presence of communication, is incredibly random.
Except all of you walked into my version.
And...
Because I was walking through the door at the same time as you. So you walked into my version.
No, she has a point. Me and Beetlejuice walked into that little hallway with the first body, and Dr. Calworth appeared.
You all walked into... What I'm saying is, you all just walked into that bedroom, and I was unconscious. There's no way I could have walked through that door at the same time.
I'm agreeing with you.
Right, but we were already in the same version.
Maybe...
I doubt that.
It's the intent from both parties. Maria wanted to be found. We wanted to find her. And then we did so in the bathroom. Unconscious and conscious do not really register in the warp.
When last I had left, Brutilla and the Lords were downstairs in the drawing room.
All right.
Apparent guns may or may not work. Let's head there first. In the meantime, we're going to protect Beetlejuice with all that we can, seeing as he seems to be our best hope at whatever it is.
Alright, so we need to start heading towards the drawing room, you say?
Yeah. She's going to start, slowly moving down the stairs and keeping her perforator, pointed down.
Okay.
And her... something that would make her trainers cry.
Barack, pick up the body. It was trying to resist my powers until it stopped to eat. Maybe we can use it again to distract it.
I don't think it wants a charred corpse.
I would preferably not want to carry what is left of Dr. Calworth.
A burnt chicken nugget. But he still loves himself.
Oh boy.
Oh no. Anyway,
No,
I'm gonna claim that I did not know that reference.
our doctor! He's broken!
Somebody shot him. I wonder who it was. I cannot wait for Livesey to get like a sit rep from CJ. I wish I could be the fly on the wall as he reads what happens.
Oh, there won't be one. It'll just be, hey, you're here now. This is what's going on.
Watch the VOD.
So like you're gonna let him on the dark for 2 weeks?
So there's...
As far as he knows, it's been quiet in the main hall.
Oh.
He's not heard shit from upstairs! There's been a gunfight and like a fucking firestorm. Beetlejuice,
No, I...
specifically Maria is trying to keep you behind her.
I thought that we were all like... It got weird when we were moving.
Sorry.
Yeah,
as
that's the top of the stairs.
As she's moving down the stairs, I assume I see the maid.
Yeah, she's there. What you see is what you get.
Have I seen her before?
No. She's humming to herself.
Maria is definitely pointing the gun at her and not making a sound yet. Just like waiting to see, and she's gonna like gun in one hand, she's gonna do that nice tactical thing and like hold up her like other hand to like have everyone kind of freeze.
And I'm gonna Senescience.
It's a demon.
No, Beetlejuice doesn't say shit.
The maid doesn't notice us. What is she doing?
She's cleaning Liberty. Someone put some paint on you, Liberty. There you go.
Paint, yes.
Maria's gonna like slowly walk down the stairs. Quietly? She's just free. There's blood all over this wall, by the way.
Yeah,
She
that
walks
wall,
down the
yeah.
front door.
That's Dr. Calworth's blood that had just like come over the railing.
Well, there's blood all over this wall too.
No,
she
there
cleaned
isn't.
it up.
It's all gone.
Cleaned it?
Yeah, there's
This
no...
fucking... Okay, Maria's gonna like walk down the stairs and take up a position, start aiming at the maid, and she... What? What?
Whoop.
Motherfucker!
Can we get off the stairs?
That's what Maria
Yes.
was doing. She's moved off the stairs enough. Okay, she's going to move everybody into the drawing room.
My, what a mess.
Does the maid not notice us?
She appears to be just ignoring you completely.
If she walks by, Maria's gonna grapple her?
Okay, make your check.
Oh shit, I'm gonna fail.
You're gonna face plant as if it's
I'm
like a
about to
hologram.
I'm about to grapple a fucking bloodletter, dude.
You're about ready to get your ass handed to you by a maid.
It's a strength test, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay, I kind of forget that grappling exists.
Nope,
Oops.
you go to reach for her and she's just, very nimble. She heads into the study.
Hey, Maria's gonna like turn around and look at the other three.
Yes? Did you need something?
Is this... You all see her, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, you guys all
Yes.
see her.
You
Is she a
didn't hear
servitor?
anything that just happened.
No.
Where are the others? Who are you?
I'm Lydia the maidservant.
I've never seen you here before, and I've been here quite a while.
I was sleeping.
I'm sorry. How?
Mm,
I'm a heavy sleeper. A woman has been decapitated with a tray.
mm.
A literal thing. And the upstairs burned There's gunfire.
I doubt that.
Another Sinisians.
Okay.
I'm gonna scrutiny her ass.
There was literally blood all over the walls and doors here.
No, please.
There was blood all over the walls.
Oh, no. When I came out of the servants' quarters, there was no blood on the walls. There's a little paint on Liberty. Oh, and I see some paint on Chevalier, too. And there's some... I guess maybe that's blood over there by the stairs. But the walls were clean.
So we're in a
different version.
Listen,
Hmm?
don't stay with us.
Why?
How
Because
do
we
I
need
put
to
this
find-
politely? If you
Because
don't
we need
stay
to
with
find
us,
the others.
if you don't stay with us, you're likely to get eaten by some kind of extra-dimensional thing that
Hmm.
only he can seem to handle, and she's going to point to Beetlejuice.
Oh, I haven't seen it.
Neither have
Can you-
we, except it very much killed a man up the stairs.
Hmm. I doubt that.
Excuse me, can you lead me to your master,
To the master?
please?
Oh, Lord Crane should be in the drawing room. He is...
Can you show it
Is
to
that
me?
the elder Lord Crane or the younger?
Oh, there is no younger Crane. Lord Crane has never had any children.
I suppose I was asking after Lord Crane's father.
Lord Crane's father was never on St. Astrid's.
Interesting.
Real.
Very interesting.
What's the year?
You're confusing Castor, Lee.
Right, sorry. I guess, yeah. Where's Lord Castor's father?
Lord Castor is alive.
His father is alive as well?
His father's alive.
Where is his father?
I don't know.
Is he on St. Astrid's?
In a manner.
What do you mean in a manner?
I don't know.
Can I see your arm?
Sure.
I'm going to stab her with the serum.
Okay, you stab her with the serum.
Don't fucking lie to me. Where is Lord Castor?
Okay.
So minus 50.
She kind of collapses onto her knees and just is
I'm
shaking
gonna take a step back.
like she's having a seizure as she says the words, "He is alive in his grave, turning and turning at what St. Astrid's has become."
Where's his grave?
Jinx?
It's in the house. Definitely not in a cemetery.
Where in the house?
Right here.
Don't say base. Is she pointing
Have we checked?
somewhere?
Yeah.
She's not pointing anywhere. She just said right here. Of course, she's struggling as she says this.
Where?
This is the door to the study?
That is the door to the study.
He's in the study?
He's in the study. Yes.
Show us.
She She gets up and opens the door to the study.
I'm gonna try again. Another Sinisians before we might walk into a trap. Please, if there's a God Emperor, call upon me. Yes, God damn it! Thank you.
I'll move forward and try and keep the door open in case it does decide to try.
Maria will move through and turn back to Beetlejuice.
Yo, man, that's some bullshit.
There.
You multiply your perception bonus by 3 as well. So it's...
Oh, really now?
Yes, because it's 1d10 plus perception bonus for each degree.
Oh, Dennis, I think, is a 25?
7 plus
Not
6
that
is
it matters.
13 plus 12 is 25, yes.
So you sense, from where you're standing, life signs, baseline human. Here, that's probably a dog. These 2 dogs. Your compadres. There are 4 people in this room. There are 2 people in this room. There is 1 person back in the servants' quarters. The entity is upstairs somewhere.
I cannot help but... Did you point at Lydia as a life force?
I was getting to Lydia. She is definitely a baseline human as far as you can tell. However, the color of her aura is different.
Do I know how different? As in a lack?
Make
As
a
in something...
psycher check.
Okay. A psyker check. I love it. You have I passed the vibe check?
Why did you roll 3d10 plus 5?
Oh, I thought that's what you meant for.
No, you
when
have.
said psyker
You
check.
have.
Power roll.
You have the lore.
Forbidden lore psychers.
Okay. When you said psyker check, I was a little bit confused.
Forbidden lore psycher.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I earlier called you to make a warp check. Same thing.
God dang it.
Okay. She has a sort of, like, your compadres and such have a sort of bluish tint to their life forces and such, their warp signatures. Lydia's is slightly purple. It's more on the purple side of the bluish spectrum. You don't know what that means, but she is different.
Yeah, I can tell.
Yeah. As she guys, as Beetlejuice says, she's not a normal human. There's something warp related to her.
Noted. Everybody in?
Yeah, that's all. Gabriel's gonna load the final dose of serum into the injector.
But do know that the entity's not on this floor.
For now.
For now.
Did I see anything that could have been like a secret passage when I searched this room?
This room? No.
Okay.
Maria's gonna walk up closer, ready her rifle, and she's going to look at Lydia, and she's like, she hasn't dropped her rifle, she's like probably aiming at her. You're like, where's his, you said his grave is in here. Where?
His grave is definitely not his work. It is definitely not the things that he loved. It was definitely not something that he cherished. He's definitely not in the ground. He's definitely not a part of the house. His legacy definitely does not live on in the Castor and Crane Forge Works. Does that answer your question?
She's speaking in opposites. So...
his work?
All of this on the table, the Forge Works themselves. Do you mean to say that his physical remains are not part of all of those things you mentioned?
His physical remains are part of all of those things that I've mentioned.
Okay, I'm confused now.
Out
of character.
She goes about cleaning the desk.
Do you know how priests would have like little necklace with like saints little toe bones? Maybe like he has like compartments with them around stuff. Maybe he just like got incinerated and they just spread his ashes around the things he loved, you know?
In which case, we'd have to burn down this house with us inside. So I hope it's not that.
I prefer not us inside.
You said it like a Canadian.
She's cleaning.
So, is she paying any particular care to a certain area?
Nope, she's just straightening up the desk, like making the papers line up and such. She looks at a few of them and organizes them based on type and such. This table? The table itself is untouched. The parts and such...
What does the table look like?
It's shaped as it is, however, it's covered in various gun parts. There's a small lathe at one end for machining, and that's about it.
Maybe we need to finish a gun?
Maria's going to look at the bookshelf.
Ah, there's something missing from this filing shelf.
Maria's going to turn and look at her. What do you mean?
A paper was definitely not taken from that filing shelf. She starts straightening up the book shelf.
What can you tell us about that paper?
Was that the thing that you gave me?
She turns slowly away.
Take it back.
Yeah, she turns slowly from the bookshelf and says, "The patent filing that is not missing was written by Crane."
So it's written by Castor.
Yes, it was written by Castor. She goes back to the bookshelf.
Okay. Slight aside. I'm trying to figure out. She can only answer in the opposite. So she can only answer questions in the opposite, but she can respond to. It's what I'm trying to figure out is she can only answer questions in the opposite, but she can respond to statements in the affirmative.
No, I think she's exactly answering in the opposite. She is saying that the document that you took was designed exclusively by Crane and not by Castor.
But she said it was.
That's what she said. She said the patent was designed by Crane.
Yeah, she said the document was filed by Crane. Was made by
the
Crane.
first time she said the first thing she said, and then I said so it was written by Castor.
And then she said it was definitely made by Castor. She agreed with you that time.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is.
Okay, so it was well, no, she was very specific. She said it was filed by, and it was made by.
Yeah.
So two distinctly different statements. So Castor is the one who made the patent. Castor's not the one. Castor's the one who filed the patent. Crane's the one who designed it. So Crane is the brains behind the operation. The patent.
Sorry for retreading ourselves. Who designed this patent and who filed this patent?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
I am but a simple maidservant.
I'm gonna ask her, can you repeat what you said earlier about Lord Castor's body being here?
Lord Castor's body is definitely not in the ground.
It's definitely not in the ground, so it's definitely not in a cemetery.
Lord Castor's body is definitely not in the cemetery.
And that cemetery would not be located on the grounds.
The cemetery is definitely not located anywhere.
Is it located on the premises of this?
The cemetery is definitely not located on Sekhmet. Oh, Chevalier, you're such a good boy. I feel like I broke all of your brains with this character.
I'm trying to. She's going to look at Lydia.
I understand that there are rules. I just sent you a message. Can I make a logic check to suss out the rules given enough exposure? Mostly because out of character, it's late and I can't think that hard. But
sure, go ahead.
Real brain hurt.
So
yeah.
So out of character. Speaking out of character. Okay. As far as I'm aware, Lydia is only speaking in opposites. So when she is saying the body is definitely not in a cemetery, the body's in a cemetery, and when she says the body is on Sekhmet,
it's not on Sekhmet.
She said the body is not on Sekhmet.
She also said the body's nowhere.
Which means...
So it's somewhere.
Right. Okay. So Maria's going to look at Lydia.
So
she's going
to answer the logic test real quick, so before you say anything, Lydia seems to only be able to lie or respond to stimulus in...
Respond to prompts.
She can respond to prompts, but stimulus, however, she can state fact. So remember when she went over to the filing self and she said something was missing, that was stated as a fact.
Right.
You have it, right?
Yeah.
However, when she's talked to, she can only respond in falsehoods, lies, or hypocritical statements.
Right. Lydia.
Yes.
Out of character. It's Lord Castor. I'm trying to keep it straight in my head because they're both C's. So Lord Castor is the one that we are after, correct?
So
Lord Castor Sr.
Lord Castor Sr. seems to be the person that you're talking about right now, because there's Castor the Younger, Lord Adonis Castor, who's supposed to be in the drawing room, according to Lydia. There's Lady Elias Castor, who's also supposed to be in the drawing room. She is Lord Adonis Castor's wife. Lord Crane never had any children, according to Lydia.
Right. Lydia.
Which is a lie.
Lydia. Then let me ask that. Lydia. Well, hang on. Lydia, Lord Castor the First. Is he the entity causing problems in this house?
Lord Castor the First is not the entity causing problems in this house.
Do you know how we can... Do you know how we can remove Lord Castor the First?
Yes. She goes back to cleaning.
Did Lord Crane have a son named Tom?
Yes, she says. And she starts to head towards the door.
Lydia, would you stay with us for a while?
Yes. And she goes out the door.
Son of a bitch!
She has opened the door, and she is in the main hallway right now. The door has not shut yet.
I'm going to take an action to try and make sure it doesn't shut on us.
Okay.
Don't do that. It'll crush you.
I am starting to see a pattern here on I'm gonna eat you last and then tries to kill Maria. These psychers are not tasty. Oh my god, he's been speaking in lies to us this whole time. I just realized that. It's been in front of us the whole time since the strange filing, the lies. I get it now.
Lydia.
Oh, Chevalier, you're such a good boy. And she cleans off his marks. Her marks. Chevalier is a girl as far as any of you are
look
aware.
at that. Lydia's lying. We've cracked it.
Are you all leaving the study?
We're all heading out. We're all heading out together.
I'm keeping the door open until everyone's out.
Lydia, were the dogs here when Lord Castor the First died?
The dogs are brand new. They've never been part of the house.
They've always been part of the house.
I'm gonna cast power.
Sure.
The sense mechanism. It goes off. I'm going to try to see if I can find any kind of mechanism regarding the dogs or what's surrounding or below them.
Okay, so the dogs, of course, are cyber mastiffs. They are machines, mostly. You, of course, notice everybody's weapons. There is a... they're both kind of, like, bound to the spot, it seems. There's, like, a little disc right under them where they're sitting, and that seems to be, like, a charging station or something of theirs. So they're just kind of sitting there, waiting for either orders or for an intruder. So...
I think we need to try and head into the room where the lords are and try and communicate with them.
Lydia,
Mm.
what are you?
I am not a person.
Rather, our friend here claims you to be some kind of psychic entity, and Maria's trying to, like, keep up with her, as she apparently is just, like, bouncing around.
Oh, yeah.
So Maria's going to go... She's going to, like, go, are you a psyker?
I am a psyker. She's heading towards the dining room.
Maria's gonna look at the others. Do we follow her, or the...
I think we better try and get in contact with Brutilla and the lords and lady.
Okay.
She's going to turn... Sorry.
Go ahead and make an awareness test as the door to the dining room is starting to shut.
Okay.
Sight-based?
Yes. It's sight and hearing based.
Ooh.
Everybody or only them?
Everybody.
You said it's a perception or an awareness?
Awareness. Because you're not paying attention
I failed
specifically.
spectacularly.
Oh, only slightly. You could actually push that to succeed.
I succeed.
I only have one left. I don't want to waste it on that.
Okay.
Hopefully.
Gabriel, as the door is beginning to shut, and Maria, as the door is beginning to shut, you see, as Lydia steps through, sort of a shimmer in the space, and you guys both see Brutilla and the bounty hunter in the dining room as Lydia is going in. The door is about to shut closed.
Maria is going to rush through then?
Okay, what is...
Gabriel will try as well.
You both need to make agility tests. If you fail, the door has shut on you already.
Does sprint help here?
No, this is more of a reaction kind of thing, where you need to react fast enough to what you just saw.
Does rapid reaction help?
No. But, good push. That is more of a combat talent.
Hey!
Hey!
Ooh,
I
Gabriel!
tried the color change again, and it came through.
Okay. God, Emperor, hear my plea! No! Son of a bitch!
Alright,
God,
I have
Emperor,
one left,
sit the
right?
fuck
I
down.
have one left, right?
I don't know. Do you?
I have one left.
you need to keep better track of that if you have to...
I do.
I
have-
think that's your number 4.
I used one to re-roll a search, I believe.
Well, while
and I
you're
re-rolled
figuring it
one
out...
upstairs. Okay. Well,
Gab-
say no, just for the sake of it.
Yeah, Gabriel has succeeded.
It's like police face plants the door.
Yeah, Maria, you bounce into the closed door, but
Bonk.
Gabriel, you get the your hand in just before the door shuts all the way, and you kind of like push it open, and you step inside. She says, "Oh, what a mess," Lydia says. Brutilla goes, "Oh, thanks the Emperor. Someone's actually going to find me here." And
Are you in? Is Brutilla injured?
yeah, she's injured.
Does it look like the bodyguard is responsible or threatening?
Perception test.
Okay.
Oh, the door's open?
The door is open. Yes. Yeah, Gabriel got in with a 3.
God. So Marie's gonna like recover, rub her face a little bit, and then
Would smell apply to this perception test if I can see if there's blood on weapons or something like that?
the fuck?
I
I'm
mean,
trying to
this
get my heightened senses.
it's
Sight,
gonna-
I'm assuming helps.
it'll be sight. Smell.
Okay,
There's a
sight.
lot of blood in here. It's gonna, you know, the nature of smell and air. It's gonna just. You're not a werewolf.
No. Not yet.
Furry.
Better
Furry
fucking
Gabriel.
not.
Okay.
Maria's gonna like walk in through if
I guess,
assume
yeah.
Gabriel didn't freeze in the door.
Lydia is literally cleaning up. So yeah, you guys walk in, and Bertilla just kind of looks over, and she's a little wounded, she's a little hurt, but she's taking a rest next to the bounty hunter.
If the bounty hunter, like, if I fail and the bounty hunter doesn't immediately do anything aggressive or have weapons drawn, Gabriel will immediately start going for first aid on Bertilla.
Okay. The bounty hunter is not doing anything aggressive. Her weapons are sheathed, and she's just kind of hanging out at the moment. She looks very scared.
Okay, is Bertilla lightly wounded? Heavily wounded?
She is, let's see, her toughness is 29, and she has taken 5 wounds.
So she's heavily wounded.
Mm-hmm.
Hold up. Gabriel, this might be a little bit too much for a first aid. Let me
I
read
am
you a bit.
the most experienced. You do your bit first, and then I'll stitch up the rest.
Gabriel, how'd you get here?
Ooh.
You called me, but I'm assuming you didn't actually call me.
I didn't actually call you.
Right. Well, once you're not bleeding on the floor, we will discuss further.
Ooh.
Okay. So there's a ethereal stench. It's just real stinky in here. It smells like bad cheese.
Sorry, everybody. I have IBS and lactose intolerance.
And
Okay.
and it releases a bad smell, but like Beetlejuice is like going to touch exactly where she is wounded, and is going to heal like 4 wounds on her as the flesh starts to knit itself in the warp.
All right. And so, because she's now lightly wounded, and with a med kit, I cannot fail, and I'm assuming there's no penalties. She will heal the rest.
Okay.
Because I'm
Mm-hmm.
a god of medicine.
You keep band-aiding her. And I like keep like with the warp trying to like cauterize the wounds.
Band-aids don't fix bullet holes, guys.
To answer your question, how do you word your question there, Maria?
Specifically,
Mhm.
she's going to like pull Lydia aside and like grab her arm for a second, and she's going to look at her and be like, Lydia, specifically exactly like this, are you part of Lord Castor's presence in this house? Lord Castor the First's presence in this house?
Yes. Now please keep touching me.
Wait, Lydia, are you? It's Lord Castor, right?
Yeah. This is the one you've been asking questions about.
Yeah. Is Lord Castor your father?
Hmm?
Is Lord Castor your father?
She kind of like blanks there for a minute. No.
Beetlejuice, like out of nowhere, like normally the blank faced man just like claps his hands, and then like he goes back to being like his normal, like non-emotional self.
What was that
Effective.
about?
She said no.
She
Means yes, right?
is Lord Castor's daughter. Detective, we have discovered a number of things.
She gets up and kind of like pushes herself up on the cupboard. Oh, I hope so. This has been a terrible experience. I'm not happy.
She sounds drunk.
Detective,
She's lost a lot of blood. So,
Detective, if you're in here, where are the lords and ladies?
I left them in the drawing room. I went to go and investigate a scream I heard, and then something attacked me in the kitchen, and I fired at it. And I came in here, and this bounty hunter was here with me, and we just kind of hunkered down here for a bit.
I see. Do you feel comfortable with me sharing details of our investigation in front of them?
Well, I guess so.
Lord Castor Sr. was the Flenser.
Yes, he was.
This-
Did Lydia say that?
Yep.
Oh, I don't. I
Who
can't.
was the who was
So
the
no,
cleanser?
So that's again. She said the rules are she can respond to stimuli. I didn't ask her a question directly. She was just responding spontaneously to something I said.
She also has quipped openly about things that were
Yes.
false.
Yeah, that's true.
So, as in calling Chevalier both a good boy and, a boy at the same time.
Lydia,
Your logic test will say from before that if she remarks on stimulus she comes across that's part of the house, it can be truthful.
But not people.
But not
Lydia-
people.
are there
So
any-
Lord Crane is the Flenser.
Yes, he is.
Okay, well, fucking.
Lydia,
Were you the Flenser?
Yes, I was.
Lydia, do you know what happened to Lady Castor?
She was not attacked by the Flenser.
Do you know any more details regarding?
She did not almost get away with her life.
Anything?
She perished.
You are very useful. You know that?
No, I'm not. I am but a maidservant.
What are you not?
What am I not? I am definitely not the old Lord Castor's daughter. I am definitely not... I'm definitely not a great many things.
Why are you cleaning the house then?
This is definitely not my duty. My, everything's so filthy in here.
The. Okay.
I need an out of character second. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I-
This is
I-
okay. I'm trying. Something is off about her. I'm trying to figure it out desperately. So let me brain dump for a second, and maybe someone else can help me fill in the blanks.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
like
Okay, so Lydia, we know. Beetlejuice allowed us to all know Lydia is not is not a true psyker. She doesn't have the same aura as him, but she doesn't have the same aura as us. So she could be whatever. We don't know, but she's not normal.
she could either be a witch or an unsanctioned psyker.
Right,
Definitely not a
well,
weird out of character. Definitely not like what Havelock is.
So my thing is that she can't be an unsanctioned psyker because I imagine her aura would still be the same as yours. So she could be nascent, but okay. So Lydia has said that she is a maid. She is a simple maidservant, which is false.
She is Lord Castor Sr.'s daughter.
Right. And she's cleaning the house for whatever reason.
My thinking is that, on that particular note, is that the circumstances of her birth were particularly troublesome for public image, and so she was hidden away as a maidservant in the house.
But she's not a maidservant, so she's something else within the house. We don't know what, but she's not a maidservant. Because if she was a maidservant, she would simply just respond that she is. Or she
Yes,
isn't.
what I'm saying is my thinking is has a cover of being a maidservant to disguise her true parentage.
Maybe.
So she's not really a maidservant.
But then she has some other job within the house, like... Okay, whatever. God, something's off about her, and I'm trying to put...
So, okay. Lord Castor Sr.'s... Because I was... Also, she's at least stated that, to her knowledge, Lord Castor Sr. isn't the Flenser, which is the assumption that we've been kind of functioning off of so far.
She said he isn't the Flenser, so he
Well, she said, to be clear, she said he is the Flenser when I said that.
Yeah,
Right,
when
which
you
could
did
be
your
true
little
or
test, she
false.
said that he is definitely... That she answered in the affirmative that she is the Flenser, that he is the Flenser, and that Crane was the Flenser. So...
Right. Lydia, is Lord Castor Jr. the Flenser, and is Lady Castor the Flenser?
Lady Castor and Lord Adonis Castor are both the Flenser.
Right.
Lydia, did Lord Castor the First try to kill Lady Castor?
Yes.
What is...
Do you know who the Flenser is?
No.
Did Lieutenant Thomas Wren try to kill Lady Castor?
Yes.
Is the Flenser in this house?
Yes.
Do you know where the Flenser is?
No.
Is the Flenser still alive?
Yes.
Is the Flenser tied to the Castor family?
No.
Is the Flenser
tied.
possessing people and making them kill in his name?
Yes.
God.
Is the Flenser tied to Lord Castor II?
Yes.
I gotta get an out of character second again.
Okay,
Okay, like
She
we're
knows who the Flenser is.
Yes.
She knows who he is, but we can't. She only answers in binary, so
she can also make hypocritical statements. I've said that.
What are those again?
So
Those are statements where she will say one thing and then immediately contradict herself in the opposite direction. So if you ask the same question twice, if she contradicts herself, she's made a hypocritical statement.
she can only answer in binary, right? Yes, no's.
She can give slightly more interesting answers. She has so far. She hasn't only said yes or no to questions.
It's just that the yes or no's are the only ones that we can easily determine the truth of.
Yes, you guys have been using those to narrow things
Lydia.
down.
Lydia, do you know what you are in regards to the warp?
No.
Beetlejuice, can you try to think of anything?
It's hard to concentrate.
Lydia, is there any secret passages within the house?
No.
Can you lead us to one of the secret passages?
I certainly will.
I'm going to look at them, and I'm going to, go follow.
I am still with my sustained power of sense mechanism. Anything weird?
Wait, Maria, she just said she will. That means she won't.
No, she said I certainly won't, right?
She said,
I certainly will.
She said I certainly will. She has opened the door to the kitchen and is going to start cleaning in here.
I think it's better if we follow her.
Lydia, is there a secret passage? How do I want to word this?
In the first floor or the second floor?
No, I don't want it to be that broad, because then I'm... Lydia, is there a secret passage within Lord Castor the First's study?
Yes. Please, do not move at all. I am definitely not trying to clean up the bloodstains on the kitchen floor.
boy.
Is there a secret passage?
Please do not get out of my way. You will not get out of my way.
Maria, please.
Are you going to remain there?
I think the blood is under Beetlejuice, right?
It's under both of you.
Oh.
Yeah, Beetlejuice gonna move.
She's going to look at her and be like, will you answer? She'll move.
Okay, as you start to move, you didn't move quickly enough for her, and you just skate across the floor as if you're a piece of furniture.
Whoa. Lydia, are you a... Oh, Maria doesn't know about those. Yes, she does. Malice is filled with them. Lydia, are you a demon?
Yes. My father often did not remark at all that I was a demon child.
Lydia, are you a mutant?
One must first define what a mutant is, and what a mutant isn't.
A variation from the standard Holy Imperial human genome. Significant variation.
Nope.
Which explains why she was hidden.
Lydia, do you know why Lord Castor the First became the Flenser?
Lord Castor the First was definitely the Flenser. He did it because, well, for fun.
Is Lord Castor the First a mutant?
Lord Castor the First is definitely a mutant. You certainly are not nosy at all. You don't ask too many questions at all.
Lydia, why do you speak in opposites?
I don't know.
Are you cursed?
I'm definitely not cursed. She unlocks the walk-in freezer.
Fuck. Of course she has to go in there.
She opens...
It's a walk-in, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's no exit to it.
Yeah, she walks in. She looks around. She says, "Everything is out of order in here. Where is the cook?" And then she brushes past you as if you're not there and continues on.
Do you know how we can uncurse you?
Yes. Or no. I'm unsure.
Did Lord Castor curse you?
Yes.
I need another. Hang on. Shit. I feel like we're not even getting any. Like, we're really not. And we have like a quantum binary thing. Like, she either answers yes or no, right? But sometimes it'll be not. It'll be neither, and sometimes it'll be both. So like,
here's a hint from the DM. Try asking something that it is impossible for her to know.
Lydia,
I did that before.
what's my last name?
Your last name is definitely Vixal.
Vixal.
Lydia.
Backwards. She couldn't have known that. But she said it backwards.
Lydia.
Mm.
How many years did I spend learning to be a psyker?
Mm. She looks and thinks for a moment. You definitely were not involved in a fire. You definitely were not a teacher. You didn't spend any time on Holy Terra at all. It definitely was only a year, but also more than 10.
Lydia, who's the next Flinzer's victim going?
The next victim of the Flenser is going to be you, Maria Luminette. It's going to be you. She smiles, pats you on the cheek, continues on.
Beetlejuice is gonna like scratch his chin. Luminette. Wait, not the time for this.
Bertilla just looks fascinated by this whole thing. She's just standing there just like, whoa.
But she can't. Lydia, do we kill the Flinzer tonight?
Yes, you kill the Flenser tonight. It definitely didn't happen several days ago on the streets of St. Astrid's. It definitely didn't happen in an alleyway by the Imperial District. And it definitely didn't happen involving a car chase, yourself, or Barak Narius over here.
I'm gonna like turn and look at the others, and like to break up the seriousness. This is out of character. Like to break up the seriousness, be like, "See, I'm the good guy."
Bertilla, at that whole gesture, says, "All right, so weird truth maiden says that. Fine. When we get out of here, you'll get your guns back, and I will talk
You already got the gun.
your other stuff, Maria, and I will talk to the Justicar, okay? Provided we get out of here."
Lydia,
Mm.
hang on. I want to think of how to word this. Sorry. I may need out of character. So the Flinzer is dead. Party.
The Flenser that is Tom is dead.
So the Flinzer is dead. We'll go under this. The Flinzer's dead. I'm his next victim.
Yes.
Well, you're
And
not.
I am the next. I'm the next victim. So someone else is going to be the Flinzer.
She said you will definitely be the next victim.
Oh, so I'm not the next victim. So she doesn't know who the next victim is at all.
Right.
Okay, so she can't possibly know that. So she knows how we can break the curse on her,
Mm-hmm.
but she doesn't. Or no, she.
That was a both.
That was the
maybe
one she
not.
waffled. That was the
Yeah.
one she waffled on. She didn't know, but she knew, but she didn't know. Shit.
Did my serum affect your ability to speak the truth?
Yes. It was a delightful concoction that rendered me entirely truthful.
But the serum didn't work.
I'll reiterate. Specifically, I didn't want to know if it made you tell the truth. I wanted to know if it affected your ability to speak the truth one way or another.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't do anything.
So she's still telling the truth, it's just changing how she tells the truth.
No, she said yes, so the serum did not do anything.
Out of character.
Mhm.
I guess I need...
So he had a truth serum, right? And he
correct.
pumped her full of it. She had a moment, and this was before she really had any conversation with all of you guys, when she was starting to speak in riddles, and Gabriel was like, you're not going to lie to me, and boop! And then she continued to speak in riddles afterwards.
So was there a moment of lucidity there?
She had like a seizure of sorts,
Ugh.
but
Gross.
it, she continued to speak in riddles. So, I mean, you get the sense that she's lucid, but
Yeah.
Lydia, do you know that I'm the one who dirtied the walls in the house?
No, I didn't know that you were the one that dirtied the walls in the house. That was certainly not very naughty of you. That was certainly not something that annoyed me at all. That was certainly not something that makes me want to slap you. That was certainly not something that makes me want to dip you in acid.
Huh. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna make a mental note that I'm gonna smoke a low stick of Malfian Blues if I survive this. And I'm going to ask Lydia, if I survive this, what kind of slow stick will I smoke?
You will definitely not smoke a Malfian Blue. It certainly doesn't suit you at all.
Mm-hmm. Lydia, if I break your curse, what will be the method that I would describe reports to my superiors?
She looks quizzically for a moment. Having not invoked the creature by name, and having not slain it in outright battle, you will not have broken any curse at all upon the mansion, upon those within, upon the world itself.
Name of the creature.
Mm-hmm. And when they ask me the name of the creature, what will I say?
She goes blank there for a second. I can't say.
Explode! Everybody hit the deck.
And when you don't know, and when you cannot say to me, I will still find it. The method that I use will be.
You will not use through deductive reasoning from the clues within the house itself the creature's name.
I would like to look at the journal.
You can look at the journal, yeah.
The journal I found upstairs.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna hold it up and
Okay.
ask Lydia, would there be any clues in this?
Definitely not.
Well,
Lord Castor is definitely not afflicted. However, Lord Crane has no obsessions whatsoever with the creature.
our Lord.
She backs up away from that door. There's not something in the hall.
Everybody back away. You know the range.
Let me look at the journal. I can read faster than you.
Rude.
Beetlejuice gonna try Phoenicians.
Okay.
As in, I can literally read at like superhuman speeds.
Rude. Maria's going to hold it up and open, she's going to hold it open so he can peer over her shoulder.
I'll have my gun trained at the hallway.
Okay.
Maybe get out of fireball range, though.
Where is the,
Well, I think we're all still in fireball range.
Is there a list for the...
There's no entry for the journal at the moment.
Oh, okay. Do we discern anything from the journal?
Go ahead and give me a High Gothic test. If you have High Gothic.
Ravioli, ravioli. I don't know how to read fucking High Gothic-oli.
Yeah, it's convoluted language. You look at it and your brain starts to hurt. It's hard.
I mean, she's holding it open so that, Gabriel can read it too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will test it then.
Preemptive or reactive? As a fireball is gonna form out of Beetlejuice's hands. Aiming towards the door.
Okay. It goes normally at first, and then the entries start to get more and more maddening. Lord Crane apparently has been insane for quite some time, and he recently...
Lord Crane Senior or Junior?
Crane has...
Lord Crane, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Do the mad ramblings match the patent filing and or the journals that I have? I have total recall, so I have perfect memory of all of them.
There's no date on the patent filing.
Right. No, as in, like, do they match the
Handwriting.
style?
Oh no,
handwriting, and or like style.
No.
Okay.
It doesn't match any of the journals either. That you found from the Flenzer's lair, which means that Lydia confirmed that Crane was not the Flenzer.
Flenzer. Yeah, that's what I thought.
But there's information about it in here somewhere.
So the information that is in here, there is a lot of just ramblings about how everything's a lie, how there are just, reality isn't a real thing. It's just a, lattice of thoughts and lies that have been rendered down into just information for everyone else to consume.
Honestly, that's a mood, but
it spirals into this just deep conspiratorial nonsense over the past few weeks, since you can put together since the eclipse happened.
Right.
He was definitely a little insane and or wacky before that, just a little touched, but now totally insane. He's definitely lost his mind.
The Lord Crane that we met in the drawing didn't seem unhinged, though, correct? He seemed very, put together?
Some people that are unhinged don't appear unhinged.
Let me see.
Okay, this is not my area of expertise. Betelgeuse, if we were to, I don't know, if Gabriel will produce a scalpel from their medkit. Skin, fat, and bone, right? That's the things that the filing wants?
As you're kind of paging through the journal there, Gabriel, you see the description of a horrific nightmare that matches the place that you guys saw when you passed through the bad spots.
Right.
Lydia, is it in the room?
It is in the room.
Not in the hallway.
It is not in the hallway.
That is enough for me. I'm gonna cast it.
No, we need to call it by name first.
It is not waiting for us.
Is its name in this book?
Yes.
I guess I'll keep reading, trying to find anything that could...
It's not
Oh, sorry,
in the book.
It's not in the book, right. There's clues, but it's not...
Isn't the book part of the house?
But it's not a spontaneous thing, it's a question.
It is not going to ambush us as soon as we go through that door. It certainly will not.
Will it kill me if I go through the door?
It will definitely not kill you if you go through the door.
It's supposed to be its next victim.
Is its name in the patent filing?
Yes.
Right.
She looks quizzically there for a second and answers yes.
Is its name in the study?
Yes.
What is its name, Lydia? You can't say.
I can't say.
What isn't its name?
I can't say.
Is there a secret? There's a secret passage. You said that earlier. Is it in the servants' quarters?
Yes.
Is it in the kitchen?
Yes.
when we ask you, when we find the secret passage, what will be the room it will be in?
She ignores you for a moment and turns to Maria and says, "It did not find you delicious at all. It does not want your blood or your fat flesh or your bone or your fat. It does not want to eat you whole.
Thanks, that's reassuring.
You're not welcome."
Wait,
Do you speak for this?
Yes. And no.
Fuck, dude.
Oh boy.
Okay, hang on. Can we take another out of character second? Sorry.
She ignored my
Okay.
question, right?
Yeah, because something diverted her attention.
Okay.
Well,
Okay, out
could
of
I ask the?
character. Sorry.
Okay.
If you want to ask it, Tao, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to ask again until she says something.
Okay, ask her her question. Your question.
When we find the secret passage, where will we be?
You will not be in the master bedroom. You will not be where Lord Crane sleeps and rests his head and has his horrible nightmares.
I rested my head on the bed, did I not?
Now is the couch.
No, it was on the bed.
Oh, well.
yeah,
But
he was
she-
on the bed.
She is remarking on the room, so she could just be being specific.
We're gonna need to leave this place.
Okay, hang
We
on. Out of
can't
character.
at the moment.
Well, hang on. Out of character. Okay. So far, there's a beast out in the hall,
Mm-hmm.
and it wants me. Maria's gonna look at the rest of the group. And she's going to look at them and go, "How fast can all of you get upstairs?"
I can run very fast.
What about...
Same.
Are you injured in your legs at all, Brutilla?
I should be able to, after the healing, make regular dashes, but you're not thinking of leading this creature on, are you? It will kill you!
And do you have any kind of better solutions? Because I'm all ears. I don't particularly want to die here.
I do.
You want to die here?
No, but I do have a better
Was that
suggestion.
Lydia who said that?
No, it was
No.
Brutilla.
Or no, it was Tao who said that.
No, Maria said that she doesn't want to die here.
Right.
Yeah, Tao said I do.
No, I said I have a better suggestion.
What's...
I just opened the door. I just need sight. Maybe I can drive it off again.
Lydia, are the dogs connected to whatever's in the hallway?
Yes.
Is there a way we can activate the dogs from in here?
Yes.
Wait. Do we
There's two
have
ways
the...
out into the hallway.
Lydia, is there not another way to the master bedroom from the hallway?
Yes. There is definitely another way to the master bedroom from the hallway.
The moment I open that door...
Lydia.
it's-
I'm gonna take out my pict recorder and show her the handwriting of the original Flenser.
Mhm.
Who would you say that this handwriting doesn't belong to?
This handwriting doesn't belong to a factory drag who worked in the Caster and Crane Forge works for 40 years.
Edgar Wren? He wasn't the Flenser?
Edgar Wren was the Flenser. This factory drag was definitely not a man whose names have been expunged from all Imperial records through fastidiousness and determination. He was definitely not smart, capable, and learned. He definitely did not blend into the lower classes of society on purpose. His name is unknown to most.
Is it unknown to you?
Everything is unknown to me.
Does she
Do the
know
doors
his name?
open inward or outward?
Would you say?
Do the doors to the hallway, do they open inwards or outwards?
Both.
Okay.
Lydia, does this being exist through all versions of this house?
No. It definitely cannot move through the walls as if it were a ghost. It definitely cannot move through space as if it is not there.
Do you know why it's waiting outside?
It is definitely not waiting outside to eat you, Maria Luminette. Or me, for that matter.
What about the rest of us? Is it not waiting outside to eat the rest of us?
It is definitely not waiting outside to eat the rest of you in order or in opportunity.
Right. So it's not... You can't distract it, because opportunity will triumph order.
The best that I can offer is to open the door inward, hide behind the door whoever opens, and I can try to drive it away again.
Would it prefer me over the others?
Yes or no. It's not about preference. I think perhaps it is more about desire. And that which slakes its thirst.
Lydia, is there a way to communicate outside of the house?
Yes. I am not tired. I don't want to go to sleep now.
Lydia, who remains in the servants' quarters?
It is not Anita, the maidservant. She's heading towards the servants' quarters.
Pause for a second.
Mm-hmm.
So the beast is outside the door to the
hall.
It's outside in the hall.
She is going this way.
What are we missing, guys? Somebody, like there's something blatantly in front of us that we're missing, and I don't know what it is. And
I thought we were going to check the secret passage on the.
So the secret passage is upstairs in the master bedroom, but we don't have a way to get up there because we have to get past this. Lydia,
yeah, but again,
sneak past the beast?
Yes, the beast is definitely not aware of everything in the house at all times, and it definitely has not become part of the house.
Why is the beast not coming into the kitchen?
The beast is not an ambush predator. It does not enjoy sneaking up upon those who it thinks is distracted.
So if we all rush out at once, it wouldn't attack us.
Well, no, it is an ambush predator. It wants to... We're all on edge here.
That's what I'm saying. If we're all in here, an ambush predator wouldn't go after all of us when we're in strength, right?
So crocodiles will wait like in the water, and like dozens of antelope will be up at the water, and they'll just attack whichever one is closest or whichever one is most in the water, or whichever one looks youngest or oldest or weakest, whatever. So that's...
Is there someone the beast won't hurt?
Yes.
Pause. Did you guys have any reason why you do not just want to open the door and let me blast it again?
Because I feel like the moment one of us opens the door, whoever opens the door is dead.
It feels like, based on what they did, they have their realm. As soon as you step out of the door, you're in there, but you can stay in the room and you can just open the door.
That's presuming rules on it that it doesn't necessarily need to follow.
You guys have not figured out how the house works.
Okay.
So you guys have figured out some things about how the house works, but you haven't figured out everything about how the house works.
Towards the door, Beetlejuice, I very much hope that you are capable and ready.
But for that, I want to ask Lydia...
Let me Let me raise a
Eating.
hand.
Let Barack ask his question, please.
Okay, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Lydia, who has the worst chance at distracting this thing?
She looks thoughtful for a moment. The worst chance of distracting this creature belongs to any one of you.
Alright, so we're all on equal terms of trying to be distracting or gotten by this thing.
Lydia,
Okay.
you like to clean up messes within the house, right?
No.
So, if the beast was going to cause such a terrible mess, wouldn't you want to stop it?
There's definitely something I can do to stop this beast. I am definitely powerful enough to stop it with my own bare hands.
You just tossed me across the room like a play toy.
I don't recall what you're talking about. That happened. That didn't happen.
What?
I'd like to try another track. Lydia,
Sorry, go ahead.
who didn't expunge the factory Drake's name from all records?
Good question.
What isn't their name?
Their name is not Richard Drake. Definitely not deceased for some time.
Right.
Definitely not disposed of in the sewers of St. Astrid's by his successor.
Thomas Wren?
Thomas Wren was not the successor of the Flenser.
This is an out-of-character point of order. She responded to my question of reversed, what the person who expunged the original Flenser's name. That's not the actual original Flenser's name. That's
No,
just the adept that got rid of the original Flenser's name.
No. You asked clarification from the DM.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
I said, what isn't the name of the person who expunged the original Flenser's name?
Right, and she gave you a name.
Richard Drake.
Right. She earlier answered a question along similar lines about the original Flenser in the negative that he didn't expunge his own records.
Oh, right. That's his name. I think. I mean, okay, everyone...
She agreed that Thomas was the successor as well.
So Tom is the successor. Richard Drake. Why is Richard Drake... Do you know why Richard Drake is targeting the casters?
Perhaps you are confused. Richard Drake is not alive. And is alive. Is not alive in spirit.
Maria.
He doesn't exist as part of St. Astrid's local zeitgeist.
Step back from the door. Beetlejuice, get ready to fire. I think we can try invoking his name.
Someone has to open the door. He's not going to
He
walk in.
He can pass through the walls. We just have to invoke him properly.
If he can pass through the walls, it won't matter where I stand.
Fair enough. Beetlejuice, do you know how to invoke?
As long as I have the name, it should not need more than mention.
The name is, I'll write it down just so I don't go off prematurely and show it to Beetlejuice. Richard Drake. see if this works. And also, I guess I'll bring out my fucking gun because who the fuck knows?
It's Dick Drake. Shit.
Mm-hmm. At this point, Maria, if we invoke him and he go through the wall, I might as well. You don't need to be here.
Also, yes, we want to be away from where the fire's going to erupt.
Yes, Maria, come here. I want to
back off, like open this direction. She wants to stay close in case it comes through and she's able to do something.
If I go and fire it, you're gonna be caught in like the back blast.
Why don't you fire it off that way into the hall?
It's whatever is the point that I fire, it's gonna hit anything within 6 meters.
Okay, well, make your invocation, if you would, please.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to do it as soon as like Maria is not on like the range, because I feel like we're doing like an out of character. Like, hey, what are we doing exactly?
Drag Lydia with her.
To over.
Say it's for your safety. Yeah.
Okay.
I will like to mention that we're going to invoke a Peter just takes a deep breath.
A demon.
Many did not survive this. We're gonna make a gun line, and we are probably going to die. If we all die, it has been a neutral experience. I'm not gonna be able to shoot this while I cast, and it's gonna pull like a CNC special. If anybody has a free hand, that's the time.
I'd like to do something that I don't know if it will fully work, and I will send you a message of it, CJ.
Sure. Continue, Tal.
And Beetlejuice is going to start invocating.
Neme. Satana.
Satana. Ooh. Oh. Oh boy,
Can
that's...
we assist with
You
this?
have the plus 30, yeah?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
It's just bad luck.
Can we assist with this seance-esque invocation?
No, you're not a psyker.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to think that I am, and thinking's half the
Well,
battle.
this is awkward. Can I try again, CJ?
Of course.
Give the plus 30.
Yay.
You passed that last one.
It's minus 20 minus 10 from the fatigues, only plus 20, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you say exactly?
Points at the hallway door. Step to that door. What is his name again? Robert Drake?
Richard.
Yeah. There's a character really similar in Batman comics. Pass through that door, Richard Drake. We invoke you for combat.
Come on, Dick Drake.
Okay.
Let's go.
So as you make the invocation, the walls seem to shake, the lights dim. You feel as if reality is tearing apart, and we will pick up here next time.
Son of a bitch!
Heresy.